time to give it. It's about time, not forgiving. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give it up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Countless teams trying to qualify, 8 entering the playoff bracket, and only 3 remain on the final day of the night's North America Challengers Stage 3 playoffs. Welcome, everyone. Great day of Valorant ahead. Cannot wait to get started. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for our final day here. And on the desk, and your wonderful casters for the day, we have none other than Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi. How's it going,
dude,
you guys?
How come we thought we were doing the same wave, Lemon Kiwi?
I know.
Like we're on the same wavelength. That's awesome.
We were just really excited. It's been such a long road and last challengers of the year, and it all comes down to these 3 teams and who could topple the rankers at the end. It's gonna be a fun day.
It definitely will be a little bittersweet, but man, I'm definitely excited for the action ahead. I mean, this stage 3 is just this one double elimination playoff bracket, but the action that we've had throughout, I mean, it's been jam-packed.
For sure, because you had to come from Premier qualifications for some teams, then you had open quals, top 32 group stages. So even though you're looking into this now and we're in the playoffs and it's only a double elimination bracket, for some of these teams, for example, like Blue Otter, they almost made it into the top 3 trying to qualify from Premier, which would have been awesome. But to see here the top 3 remaining, where other teams such as TSM, maybe YFP today, or MXS are not even here, has shown us that it's been a fun competitive stage 3 and, you know, a good taste to what's to come for next year. But dude, to see rankers in the grand finals and as a favorite too, that's insane to see.
Especially other teams and other players talking about that caliber and the talent that the players on the team have. I mean, Rankers is going to be a terrifying opponent to go up against in that grand finals. And I'm excited that we get to see these different teams, these different players, Jen, really be able to pop off, because as one of the last events for the year, I mean, this is people trying to make impression for next year, trying to get things going for next year. So this has been really cool to see how it's all come along.
Yeah, because the point of this is to make a good impression to those teams out on the higher end. This is your chance to be a contender, and you don't even have to win the whole thing to be in everyone's good looks. Like MXS is a great shout out to that, of people getting signed to VCT, of just having a good and consistent performance. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and now final day here of the playoffs. And first off, looking at the lower finals that we have ahead of us, YFP going up against Nightblood Gaming. And YFP, of course, was a team name that we're pretty familiar with, being able to see them all in challengers throughout this year. But from Nightblood Gaming, this was a little bit more of an unknown quantity for some of the players on the squad. And Vans, the step up that we've seen throughout this, being knocked down just yesterday into this lower finals, this has been really impressive.
The first time that you hear about this name, or that you're looking at this roster, you're just thinking about win, and then everybody else is like, okay, who are these guys? Where do they come from? And sorry, as it was introduced yesterday, Win and Sogo definitely have played together in collegiate for now, but Fireball Ups and the up-and-comers like Kess and Alim have definitely made us think about NBG a little bit more going into stage 3 for challengers, and potentially even to next year, because they have a lot of firing power, some great smart plays coming out from all of the players too. And even as a group, for a lot of these teams that haven't really practiced for that long, NBG looked like they were well ironed, that they are able to cross the T's, dot the I's, and make sure that they're able to move deep into the playoffs. The thing is, though, I'm still going to put a star onto that, because not to discredit the teams that they were playing against, but the bottom side of that bracket in the playoffs were definitely like all the heavy favorites to make it through. So this is going to be a huge test for NBG if they're able to surpass YFP today.
Yeah, and if they're able to bounce back from that loss to Winthrop in that semifinal, this is the match following that loss for Nightblood. And YFP, they lost to Rankers, the team in the grand final, in case you missed our bracket showing earlier. And then they beat Blue Otter yesterday and are hoping to ride that momentum. I'm looking forward to the big duelist matchup here of Alum versus Penny, because it's a clash of styles, in my opinion, of Alum being more of that next generation duelist with the Neons and the Yorus, while Penny sticks to a more traditional Jet, Raze, and really to the meta. So I'm excited to see the different looks today.
I mean, there's definitely a couple players that I have my eye on, but someone that we talked about early on within this tournament and that we're going to talk about a little bit more today, we got to talk about Sentinel Fireball Ops, because this was someone that right away made an impression. When you're looking at this team of names that you're not necessarily the most familiar with, this was a player that was able to just kind of stand his ground, both in the wins that they had, but as well, even having a good performance in their loss in that upper finals to get knocked down here at this point, Vans, and someone that when you're looking at the consistency that these newer teams are having together, I think is just a paramount to having any level of success, especially going up against someone a little more established like YFP.
And especially going into the current meta where there's a lot of map manipulation with fast rotates from Neons, TPs from Yorus. So all the initiators, controllers might be like navigating around the map while you're putting a lot of responsibilities onto your anchor player. And for Fireballs, for him playing the defensive side as he did throughout this whole tournament, he's been really, really good. I was gonna say on fire, but that's way too much of a pun. And then when you need him to anchor up and do like these highlight reels and delay enough for his teammates to come back and fight back for the site retakes, he's doing his job and he's great at it. So again, first time that I was able to set eyes on a player like Fireballis to be able to cast a stage 3, and he's been quite impressive.
Yeah. And Fireball has less big name experience than Thief, but still has competed for so many years in community circuits and trying to get into challengers. And he's really created a reputation amongst the top players floating around so many teams. But while Thief plays more of mainly just Cypher, Fireball can show his different looks with the deadlock every now and then. But Fireball is more known, in my opinion, for his discipline, really utility heavy style, and prioritizes holding these angles and very traditional defense. While as Thief, on the other hand, I feel like he could be really aggressive, high impact, high risk sometimes, and more known for that rather than a more stayed back defensive Sentinel. So I think Thief has been really good at creating pressure for his team. So that difference of Sentinels, I think, could make a difference today.
When I think of Fireball Ops, I'm just thinking the game versus Ranker when someone tried to shoot him in the back of the head and he just 180 turned on them, popped them, done. Like that was absolutely crazy. But if we're talking about people capable of shooting, well, we got to talk about YFP on the other end. Talk about not just Thief, but the rest of the squad too. Because YFP, like fans, we've seen these players throughout the year. We've seen this core of this YFP, Eller coming in and seeing them all play together. I mean, this has been really fun, all capable of stepping up in very different moments. And it was a team that we definitely had very high expectations of heading into playoffs.
Especially when you're looking at what happened after stage 2 and like OXG disbanding after Ascension and whatnot. When you're looking at some teams that are still trying to stick together and you're trying to build the next powerhouses for next year in 2025, you're of course thinking about MXS, potentially even TSM if they're going to still stick around here for next year. But YFP is definitely now up on the map for that conversation. It's going to have to be like you talked about. We've seen these names before. They've all played in like different teams. They've all played, or most of them played in tier 1 as well. If you're thinking about Jakey, if you're thinking about Stellar. So to be able to group in and band together for tier 2 and try to make a name for themselves back into 2025, this is a team to look out for. But we've seen some upsets so far into stage 3.
And just looking at how the map pools are so similar to both these teams, I look towards the initiators and the experience that they bring. I'm glad you brought up Stellar because he could really just play anything, a super hyper flex. Breach on Sunset Haven Split, you got Gecko and KO, you got even some Deadlock in there if they want to play double Sentinel. They bring Stellar into that. And YFP have such tremendous amount of experience at a high level. That's what I'm going to be looking forward to, of that confidence, that leadership that goes into game. Whilst Nightblood, you're looking towards Kess, who maybe isn't as flexible as Stellar, a lot of Sova, Sky, maybe some Fade. No KO though, and we'll see how that affects Nightblood going in.
I mean, we're talking about the players that have played at a higher level, and you should talk about the players that should be at a higher level, because there's definitely been conversations about some of the players on this team. Why are they not tier 1? And we got to talk more about Thief. Thief yesterday in the 2 matches, Vans, outstanding. That Sunset, and then whatever the next one was. I'm just so excited about this series. The past is in the past, but Thief popping off on both of them, and on Split it was, on the Cypher. And when I'm looking at a YFP that, again, are making this lower bracket run, Thief has been an astounding sound out and has been getting the attention. People like, hey, why isn't he higher? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, I think we are not giving enough credit to Thief for sure. You look at the past teams that he's played with, Luminosity that had even upsets, I think, against Sentinels back then too in like 2021, and also like a consistent team too. And I think even at some point it had some sort of like cross with Stellar in those days of LG. But being able to play for like Pioneers, Breakthrough that made it to Moist Moguls, then to the mix with Moist like Shopify. So he was able to, finally make a name for himself and then get into these moments where into these teams rather that could prove themselves as a powerhouse in the next team to ascend. But unfortunately, when that team doesn't make it through, he got the short end of it, and then now has an opportunity to prove himself again within YFP. So there's still great stocks within Thief, and organizations know the value that he brings. It is competitive at the very top to try to make it into the VCTs. But I think at this point, the gap that he has skill-wise individually from right now into tier 1 is not that bad.
Yeah.
I think there's a great opportunity for him to move up.
And I'm glad you brought up the time with Moist Moguls, because he got 3rd place in Challengers playoffs last year, I believe. And this could be the team that really threatens the throne. I know Rankers are the big favorites, but YFP, I think, are the next team up to hope to upset them. But then Nightblood, they're young blood as well. Like, they don't have like this insane resume that YFP do, but expect the unexpected from them.
They're mostly young blood, mostly. Yeah. We gotta see who is going to have the chance to play off against Rankers in the grand finals and start narrowing in on today's series, and head over to our map picks and bans. Still best of 3s for this, and Vans for the map picks and bans. At this point, plenty of tape on both of these teams throughout their runs.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it right now because I haven't really seen it yet. So to see Bind come out, I think this is just very normal out for MBG. Although they suffered a loss against Rankers yesterday, this is still like a normal map that they play. They made it very competitive at the very beginning. Super smart on how they tried to play against the Yoru gate crash, for example, find that timing and work the map. But then you had a Rankers that was like warmed up, and then boom, it's all over there. And then you get into YFP as map pick, which is Sunset. I think that's also very normal. I think what's going to be interesting is thinking about that 3rd map. When you're moving all the way to the 3rd map and it goes on to Abyss, you're definitely going to heavily favor YFP at this point, because, you know, Nightblood Gaming didn't play that many that many games on Abyss, although even when they played it, it wasn't Abyss at all. So then YFP has this opportunity to now even win the map veto if it has to go into a map 3.
I'm really looking towards the duelist difference we're going to see. Nightblood really rely on the Neon when it comes to bind, and YFP, it's more the traditional Rays. We know, just like I pointed out earlier, Penny likes those more Jet Rays roles, so that could be a difference. And we saw, yes, like Nightblood trip up against Rankers, but I like that you said it was really competitive, because it was. Sunset, I think, will be a difference of initiators. We have YFP preferring more information gathering on a large map like that, so incorporating Physics Sova, while as NBG do so with the Fade, so a difference of preference. But we'll see how that plays around the Neon matchup that we're expecting for Sunset.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Neon matchup for Sunset, because that's always just a fun, explosive, lightning fast time. But talking about Mind and what's ahead here, I mean, when we talk about Nightblood and like the impression they've made on us, Alum is definitely somebody here, Vans, that I've gotten a huge impression from with this Yoru gameplay, and then Fireball Ops with this Deadlock, and then looking down the other side for YFP, I mean, they don't play this often, but it has been strong. So heading into the Agent Select, how do we think this is going to match up against each other?
Yeah, I think looking at the side of Nightblood Gaming, since it is their map pick and they're comfortable on that, there shouldn't be any changes coming through. With Kesto playing as a Sky, Alim, you were mentioning before, I think he's just excellent in terms of the space that he was making on this Neon. They had great entries and great executions at the very beginning until the first timeout came out, and then Rankers just started to come back and fully take advantage of it. So you definitely need to see NBG throw up a much better defensive half than they did on their attack, because their defensive half is not good at all. For YFP, I think this is also a very good comp as well. This is very standard too, but there's not going to be too many C's going on around since you're playing and focusing more on a Sky instead of a Fade, but it does give you some good flash capabilities.
I'm just looking at this Sky, I'm looking at this Gecko, and this looks like it's gonna be a flashy time. Hey, let's just get into it. It's the first map here of our lower finals. It's gonna be Bind. Have fun, guys.
Let's get right into the lower bracket final. Best of 3, and such a strong defensive looking comp from Nightblood when you think about the double controllers and you throw a Deadlock into the mix. Not everyone plays a Sentinel, but they're all hoping to really lock this map down.
Yeah, the issue with Nightblood Gaming, though, is although it looks like they could control it and delay quite well on the defensive side, they were just getting outshot by Rankers yesterday, and also getting outshot even the last time in the group stages versus Rankers when they got into in their Group C. That said, they still qualified through. They had to play against YFP, but again, as I mentioned before, they get to play on the attack first, which then lets them dictate the pace. But this great stack from YFP anticipates the push into Hookah.
So 3v3 engaged and just dashing on in. Hallam did some good initial damage, and it's a scramble. Now they've covered the left side. Nightblood focus on the front, and Fireball is in the last 1v1 against Physic. Physic was on his last leg anyway. So Nightblood will hope to jump onto the site soon. And Jakey, who was on the flank, gets cut off by the deadlock wall. And I like that we're keeping Fireball behind just in case to keep that surprise swing out. And it's Nightblood that look very clinical.
Again, it starts off with a great read from YFP by having a three-player stack and a crossfire set up towards B. The issue is the whole slide with the limb. Yes, he's the first one to enter in, but it feels like when he slid through and they're going for this crossfire, look at what's on the ground. Literally nothing. Just a stim pack that went even on the attack side. There's no extra stall coming through where they could throw maybe even a snake bite from TP to go into Hookah to do some vulnerabilities and to be able to try to fight back here against that flood coming in from NBG. So a great job here by Nightblood to take advantage of that while YFP thought that they had the numbers. And Eco coming into this round now for Nightblood on the attack, and it is going to be very, very passive. They're expecting some walk forwards. They want to try to hear for potential orb controls and even pushes down. Probably some players are going to hit tab 2 just to see if the number pops up on players trying to pick up orbs if they're too far away to hear it.
Well, that's Nightblood taking advantage and capitalizing on those people walking up, but it's the Sheriff Thief isn't actually going to walk up to get any weapon upgrade. Is really worried about what could be lurking around in the offensive spawn. Meanwhile, Nightblood have made good pace towards B, and it's just Jakey on the Sheriff, or with the Sheriff, is going to let the dog walk by instead of revealing his position, and that's going to hurt him in the end. And now Nightblood with smokes in position will be in position to plant.
He's done some damage, but Wynn's doing a great job. The first opener, watching the flanks, at 3v2 now on the advantage. Thief is still low after the first engagement from the push-up from Shower, so
30 seconds left.
Right now for YFP, you're hoping to be able to catch some players with these wall bangs, but they're should be quite impossible here for YFP to retake.
Yeah, Thief just hoping to get a lucky shot through the smoke, but so far Nightblood have gotten to be both times. Even with a first blood, even when they got first blooded this round, Nightblood still moved on and carried through with the confidence, and Thief wanting to maybe
gun here.
Go through the teleport? I don't know, but
go
it's gonna.
bulldog.
Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I forgot someone left that behind. That's important.
Yeah, on the fight that he got from the lurk moving forward here, I think that was Fireball ups that was lurking up towards that side, or it was Sogo. Either or. I was two smart moves, or he goes into the TP so he could die to Spike just like he did over here, or he goes to pick up a weapon that he could save within the next round. But I think it was just grabbing a weapon. Third option, grab a weapon, look for exits towards Sands. But I think it would have still been better to just make sure you die to Spike and not try to go head to head against anybody, because Win was already 2 orbs away of getting this ultimate with the 3k that he just got into this round. Some clean shots coming through, as you just saw from the Zipper replay. So yeah, maybe we're just backpedaling for absolutely no reason for Thief. but at least they're able to come out with a strong buy this time around, and that's the smarter play too. Maybe that was a discussion in the comms saying, hey, you're only going to get 1,000 credits if you save your weapon. Let's bring out our rifle here.
It's gonna get some info for Physic, and not wanting to jump spot or do anything that could pose a risk to me. And Jake is just gonna peek anyway. Flash gets nothing in garden there for Kess, but they do spot that initiator at the back site, so Nightblood know they have some space to work with, making sure now everyone is healed up and Hookah isn't a problem. Nightblood don't want to be shot in the back. They're going to clear elbow with Dog and just take this step by step. It's YFP that have been peeking them. It's Nightblood that have been winning those gunfights. But now there's been a lot of time afforded for YFP to reestablish, to take different angles. They're going to dog back in, and Nightblood's lurk has already been pulled towards A. The sell happens towards B, and it's an opening pick for NBG.
Has ult with this too, but just died to it. But things are looking good now for NBG on the attack side. Already dropping 3 of the players in their bonus round, and the flanks also coming from a limb.
Stellar bring the gun out just a little too late, and Physic has to watch their back and is just trying to choose their battles and hope to bring Physic out. Knew that they didn't have enough time to square up, so Fireball eventually comes through. Nightblood I'm very impressed with their offense so far, having that pivot mid-round towards A, continuing to pull attention at B. It's been well executed.
Same thing as yesterday, I think. When you're looking at the start that they've had has always been, well, not always, but it was very good versus Rankers yesterday too, where they actually had a 4-0 lead, where they're able to convert their bonus round and have a very strong one here. That said, we'll have to see if YFP is going to pull that timeout after to figure out here what they could do with their gun round and see if that story continues where NBG cannot hold on to this lead they're getting. But you're absolutely right, Lemon Kiwi. They're doing a great job, at least at the very start, to manipulate the map. The scaling is also very good. This time with a dog to make sure that they could take U-Haul control. The thing is they don't have too much showers control. This might be a Sogo super late lurk while you go for the explosive towards the A site and try to stay as a group because you have the rifles against the Sheriffs.
And Stellar already knows there's some action at A short, and NBG relying on power in numbers, but also sending Huin to the front. These Gecko flashes from Stellar are a good delay, but no one can swing and capitalize on this. Nightblood almost gone unscathed, and with YFP being so injured, it's Kess that can finish up these kills, leaving Jakey to do something and just get a lucky shot. But this has been so clean out of NBG.
Yeah, you see the smoke too coming in from U-Haul, and that's very smart. Even if the dog didn't spot anybody there, you look at the loadout, you look at the economy at the beginning of the round here on the attack side, you could expect potentially somebody playing a Bucky, a shorty close range, and you don't want to fall into that trap. So to make sure that you keep the distance on the gap, you go for that smoke towards U-Haul. You force the players out in that spot, and you called it. It was a great flash that came out here from Stellar that blinded, I think, even two players. Maybe have given an advantage for that swing to come out here from Penny with that Bucky, but you got denied from the short A side, if I'm not mistaken, there too. So very nicely done on making sure that you stay away and further away from the capability of what the shorties and the Buckies could do. So here's that timeout, and this is going to be an important gun round for YFP. You still have the orbital strike that's been held on for the last 2 rounds for a win. That could, once again, just by having that icon up, might potentially put YFP in a position where they don't want to play passively towards U-Haul or even give that up in the first place. So you have 2 options here to try to expect and anticipate potentially this A site hit, or you want to go for that forward push right into short A, or you could go into, hey, let's give up that spot. We can play the retake, work the extremities, so that Thief could have his orbital strike to help us on the retake.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because this B defense has been so passive. There's not these jump spots. There's no first bullets coming out of YFP. So will they want to fight for this orb to get Thief that orbital strike, as you mentioned? But it's NBG that have so many space creating tools, like an orbital strike that's already online. Seekers, Annihilation. This is going to be big. Nightblood, not going to waste any time putting a limb past the defenses, but took the raise nade. It slips through the defenses, through the smoke, and it's first blood for Nightblood again. Now, how will they want to cross? They wait for flashes, but it's the orbital strike from Huin that NBG can just rely on. They don't have to go for risky peeks. They can just flush out the rats using ults. Now, with the spike planted, all the cards are on the table. It's YFP that have to respond. This is a solid gun round for them, but they can't even get vision. They're getting shot through the box. They're being read like a book. And it's Jake and Stellar who have to, well, ideally work together, but they're not in tradable positions. Jakey is just acting like bait. Gets Stellar a double kill, but it's not gonna be enough.
It's only Stellar that finally is able to see somebody and get some shots out of it when Jakey died. Everybody else died from abilities or getting shot from the back. And I got to give props and commend again Fireball Up's utility on this deadlock, just like he kind of did here going into the previous matchup when we were looking at them playing on Ascent. It's just the way that he's able to use his gravity net to really catch the players off guard into positions that just leaves them out of the open and then gives the opening for a limb to be able to just slide through and get the backstab. That one landed right in front of Triple. That really covers the radius by default and also the back of the door. And we'll hold that thought, though. There is a little bit of pressure that's being created in showers just to keep players from the defensive end in that spot, but we're still lurking and scaling up. We're trying to see if that activates YFP on an aggressive push and to react off what Alim's currently doing. So far, the only info he's getting is that there's a dog, but there's also a fast rotate from YFP, who now have 4 players here and a weak side on B, where with no pushes coming through, it might be NBG still might want to try to push towards this A site for a final hit.
And YFP could almost play for a retake when you have Thrash, you have Orbital Strike, but they're trying to be ahead of the game. And YP being proactive is what really caused some hesitation from NBG to, when they activated that overdrive, they didn't go running in. They have Seekers, they're not running in. They have an Odin, they're not being that loud. So NBG have been good at adapting to the now knowing the position of this Sky. They're gonna just see how close the action is on the other side of A short. The orbital strike used offensively to clear this U-Haul, forcing some movement. Thief is sitting in the smoke and runs head first into NBG, and the Seekers run him over. I love the reaction out of Kess with the Odin. IFP have to hold back against this, take angles. Physic playing as safe as he can. The Annihilation will claim one, and NBG, every inch shall take a mile. And they just are having perfect rounds. It's 6-0 against a team that you would think YFP would put up a stronger fight at this point.
I liked the I didn't like the idea in the first place with what Thief was doing with the orbital strike. I thought he was trying to hit at least Kess, who was in his dog, so that could push some players away. But to maintain that gap, to not allow NBG to really push up towards A short, that allows for him to just walk up and make sure that he hides within that smoke to mow some players down with a stinger, give a winning chance here for YFP to fight back towards the A site. So they went for a timeout a la EG style when you're trying to leverage your ultimates to try to salvage the gun round and try to get some free upgrades from what you're playing. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out, and it's NBG with 6-0. But thankfully, YFP from that timeout still has money to work with, and pressure on both extremities.
Wow. NBG have been really good at punishing these forward walk-ups from YFP in showers to try and get that orb, and kind of sensing the desperation from YFP. NBG are fine sitting back. They really are good at playing this chess match of knowing when to be aggressive, like when they jump into B. When they run after Seekers, they don't hesitate, even when they're losing bodies. NBG know how to react well, and so far...
It's double push.
It's going to B.
So do I still have a timing here? If they don't clear through and take him down, he might be able to get this the spawn backstab.
Then you leave mid open, and we'll see if Fireball will catch that. But so far, as the Viper wall comes down, Penny spots Sogo. That lurk is deactivated. Now NBG have to worry about a flank, and they're being delayed by these Viper nades from Jakey. So the passiveness of this defense is providing really good delay. And Jakey likes to sit next to that green box spot, but this time being proactive, shooting back, not playing this hide and seek, and taking fate in his own hands. And NBG, as they established, they're worried about this flank that came through mid, and there is YFP that had timing in their favor this time.
Yeah, it was the first time I'm seeing indecisiveness from NBG. That lurk moving up here from Sogo, sorry. Again, he could have continued to push towards spawn. Of course, he doesn't have that information as we do. But that double push that came from YFP, even if, you know, it looks like they're giving up middle, they could still TP and go back towards showers and go for a really big split towards the A site. But then again, that double push that came from YFP still allows for them to have the element of surprise. Either it's going to be the lurk and the flank that we currently see now, or even a retake that they've already flipped across the map. So great read from YFP to take advantage of showers not being taken care of on a default. And NBG, they want to fight showers this time around to make sure that YFP doesn't push it again.
There's barely any delay against Alum, and now the dog is what's giving the initiative to NBG and the net nade, and NBG just are winning every gunfight. They flood in, and they get the upper hand in every duel. Now YFP are getting smoked off, so as they cross, they're being isolated from each other. And Physic didn't get a chance to really coordinate with Jake there at the end. So NBG are on an absolute tear, and yeah, if YFP can get some good delays and good timings on the flanks, they can pincer NBG, but that's the only success YFP have had all defense.
And it's so hard, too, for them to really try to stop that delay when you're being so quick for a limb and for everybody else of NBG. Not only are going to have, you know, the Neon that's going to start sprinting up, but Hwin with the stim pack is also going to help the team really close that gap as they just rush and make sure that they could trade off with a limb as soon as they can. So it ends up being very, very chaotic at the same time for YFP to try to hold when there's still 3 players towards the site, but just so much utility around so many bodies following a limb that Physic is stuck to do nothing but to save his Odin. Because you're already seeing the economy coming in for YFP. They are broke as a joke. They I mean, it's looked like they want to force around this. Penny is going for a rifle around the Odin, so they're pretty much going to buy down to almost zero with the exception of Physic at this point and try to make some plays out of that. Probably because Jakey could really try to isolate some section of the map with this pit if they really want to commit towards it.
He's already posted up near Hookah if they wanted to go for that early round pit, play around the chaos of swinging out of that. But YFP have usually let NBG make the first move, but this Odin just ruins Kez. Who expects an Odin to swing out of Hookah of all things? And NBG caught by the unpredictable nature of YFP having to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
And that was very ballsy too. Only one player peeking out, no util, and thankfully it was just a 1v1. And on top of that, Penny's able to get the long range shot. He went for the Guardian instead, so he could still have a strong and healthy buy in the next round and still puts value to it.
Ooh, some chip damage into Penny. Nade to delay. Molly in showers. YFP clearing their bases and Alum just slipping by. But YFP out in the open. Just take care of everyone that went also behind Alum in that case. And Sogo is the last one left. And this was a YFP that had Sheriffs, a Guardian, an Odin, a first blood off of an Odin of all things. So NBG maybe went into this round a little too confident and not expecting this random aggression out of YFP. But Sogo's made his job easier now in the 1v2, but has to clear U-Haul and Thief spots him first.
All right, so they got to start getting ready for this for Nightblood Gaming. That, you know, some players are looking to find some gaps and some holes here when they're trying to default on the attack side. You saw it happen 2 rounds ago from the double push towards Showers. They got immense value. And then for Physic, just to peek out and win the 1v1 Odin battle between himself and Kess. And you are playing a composition for NBG where, you know, you don't have the best Sentinel utility to look out for the flankers because everybody can just walk by the sonic sensors. So you do have to try to face check a little bit more. So I like here that they're going to implement a buddy system a little bit more, or 4-1 setup, while you do have Sogo just controlling both short and showers at the same time. He's going to hear the orb getting picked up. He's going to call that out that it's Thief that pick it up. So you might want to try to tempo a little bit more quickly into the B site to not allow the rotate with the orbital strike to get value.
Yeah, Physic still has a dog and a bird left, but he's just going to suppress them at the door along with the Viper wall there from Jake, and he could still pop the pit. He really wanted to waste their time even more or force NBG to make a decision on whether they would want to engage Jakey in that scenario. But then they could just wait for Sogo's lurk at A, so NBG usually peeking has favored them, but I think YFP have really woken up. And he's gonna flash on the other side and catch Fireball. The crossfire is there from NBG, but just came out a beautiful util to suppress YFP in that moment. The orbital strike, Alum is playing hopscotch. Barely dodges that and still gets the heads up shot against Stellar, who came out to punish that movement caused by the orbital strike. Just casting a 1v1, then gets it done 8-2.
YFP trying to surprise here NBG with a double flash, so it got so much value. You combine here the guided light with also the dizzy. I think you got everybody towards long. But as you mentioned, NBG's utility was too good. The relay bolt that came out here from a limb didn't really allow YFP to push past the first kill that he got on Fireball Ups, and it was just way too much for them to hold. Once again, just very similar to the fast tempo of NBG towards the A side. Too much util in people versus the amount of people literally inside and defending. But it was almost a victory that came out from the last 2 players. Well, it was a 2v4 that was almost converted. Now in an eco, Sogo's playing long range and loses to Thief, who for him and Physic had the rifles in this round, and that's a free upgrade if they want to continue to push forward.
It's traded right out. NBG were hoping to catch YFP on these shower walk-ups. YFP used a flash last time, but it's Alum. Mechanically in these high pressure scenarios delivers a big blow to YFP. 4 versus 2 with ults to spare. But still Vandals versus the YFP who had a lot of sheriffs beginning this. You got Seekers, you got flashes deep into sight. So NBG know they have the real estate. But yeah, that peek from Thief at the wrong time NBG spotted out. Jakey can't even capitalize, and it's just perfect util out of NBG to just give themselves such an edge every time they want to push.
Team continuing to be an obstacle here for NBG in the opening fights when they have the lower buys. Again, a hero rifle, a beautiful duel that was won here. This should have been traded out. Penny even landed a shot into the chest of Alim as he slid through, but unfortunately couldn't continue with the pop shots because he was tapping for that frag, and unfortunately loses that one, which takes out the advantage that YFP was trying to get, and also trying to salvage that weapon on top so you could have 3 rifles to work with in that round. But you talked about it. Only 1 ult was used for NBG. Still so much to go here in this half, or in this round. As Penny instantly dinked, not too sure now if you're going to use a showstopper to try to go for the trap into the Ascents. All of them falling back.
Knowing also that YFP didn't really have anyone in showers. They'll usually have a bodyguard. But now you're worried about Alum, and he's just caught. YFP just playing 1 step ahead, but now needing to fall back. Stellar could get a heal from Physic, and NBG still on track, but now needing to maybe rely on some lurks to re-clear through mid. They've left the left side of the map completely open, so NBG got to take their time to check these things.
Well, that's the thing. They might have to just go for the hit towards the A site. And that delay that was coming through from YFP, the block, allows a re-heal to come up, so the showstopper is going to be potent again for the defensive side.
Still a lot of ults left in our half. There's the orbital strike at the very end of heaven. The op is having a hard time getting through. The showstopper makes no contact, and YFP still have a pit, and they could just even put this on the spike. That's been left behind for NBG, and Sogo is on his way and gets caught with the knife out. So a 9-3 half. Still, YFP putting up some scratches after it looked pretty dead at the beginning of this map.
For sure, and that's the push here from that B side that allowed YFP to have a 4-player stack towards the A site, and to have the right numbers too to fight back against that aggression. So 2 players sometimes not enough, 3 not enough as well when you read the stack correctly, but at least 4 was definitely good there. And yes, you salvage that round for YFP. You have the opportunity now to take the attack side. This is where even NBG had issues on the defensive end. I want to know what they ironed out this time around to make sure that they have a much cleaner half. It'll definitely start off with a pistol round that would give them a little bit of that cushion if they could win that one, because then you'll only need 3 rounds to really close it out, and a lot of wiggle room to make some mistakes here, and to rethink about how YFP is going to work the map. And for this pistol, they're working on a default. They're trying to snake bite right into the B long, and even denying here Kess the opportunity of picking up orb. What if the snake bite missed?
Wow, the defense invested that sky flash through the teleport to give them shower pressure to get the orb, and they get double killed. So YFP, yeah, they lose a body, but they may just pivot to A. But wait, that option is starting to dwindle now that Jakey's lurk has been diminished. And you have Physic, who has no util in showers, and now you gotta worry about 2 on the flank. YFP are making decisions because of pressure coming out of the defense.
Oh.
And it's just Stellar. Sogo's got 3 this round. Stellar, good connection. The headshot on top. Spots. Jump spot. And Stellar could do this 1v3, but the other members in the smoke, you don't know where they're gonna swing out of. If the spike is actually being held, Stellar has to walk up, and he clutches.
Huge Zippo clutch there from Stellar. Just, again, some great shots coming through. The player jumping behind APC for him to just laser beam him. And Sogo at low HP. That made it such a winnable condition there for Stellar. I feel potentially at that point, give your ghost to Hwin so that Hwin could just smoke you off and you defuse. And Hwin goes for the ghost battle between Stellar. But there's definitely some miscommunications on how they wanted to play that 2v1. Or even go for a double swing to really fight against Stellar. But it looked like he was going to fall for YFP, especially with Physics double entry that he had on showers. But they're able to salvage that round, and YFP has a chance to fight back now.
Especially with the buy that they have. Guardian for Penny too. They wanted to threaten that deep line into B. Keep their eyes on Hookah too. NBG seem to be more of a proactive team, one that'll really throw you for a loop in different rounds like they did on their offense. So YFP They've really delayed their pushes to see where NBG want to be aggressive from. Meanwhile, there's a two-person flank on the right side of the map, and it's Jakey that opens things up, and the dog just bit someone on the defense, so YFP really want to call this spike over. Close flash. Good space for YFP. They definitely put a lot of paranoia into NBG on that side, and YFP had decided on B.
Clean start as well for YFP, just to stay so far back. Using your pistols to create space.
The Bucky close range still hurts. It's a good trade. It's YFP with more than enough numbers and weaponry. Would take a monumental mistake like turning your back towards elbow and not clearing that. So YFP is like, right. I need to look back there. Let's not all watch the same door. Even in a 1v1, Fireball couldn't land a shot. The So goes up next. And it's YFP with a clean round, bringing a lot of weapons into the bonus.
For NBG, there wasn't too much invested going into the round. Wynn's going to play Judge, so expect that being towards U-Haul, towards Hookah, just so that they can lock that spot, and seems to be the latter option, moving towards the B site for now and focusing a lot of the firepower towards this A site. 3-man stack on the defensive side. So far, so good, because this seems to be where YP wants to start leading the sky. I thought they were going to try to flash so that Penny could try to get some early control inside showers. It's just going to be for information.
Fight for showers again. Deadlock put a stop to that already. So YFP are left with one good option for A short, and it's covered with smokes and sonic sensors and a lot of hoops, a lot of obstacles for YFP to jump over, jump through. And they like to spend the first 10-20 seconds of a round just holding angles, seeing if NBG are going to walk up, because if any team's going to do it, it's them. And look at that early peek from Malum. Taking care of the Neon means you bring the game down to a pace that you're comfortable with. As YFP, the Thrash gets a detain, and U-Haul, Penny's on the hunt. But as they cross over, you forgot about checking this corner. So NBG gets some decent trades, but it's YFP that get the clears that they desire. U-Haul is theirs. Back of the side is theirs. And NBG just have Kess and Hewin left.
Here.
With a dog to clear U-Haul if needed. No smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but Kess not using any of that. Thinking YFP were going to play more hidden than they were. And it's just a Judge, and I don't think that's going anywhere.
Yeah, might even have to die with it too. But maybe not give some orbs away, trying to find some orbs herself. But man, this is the second time that you have Jakey that's able to get a nice little punish in the very beginning. Jiggle Peaks coming out, and I even think even in the last round it was against a Limb as well. So now he gets these picks, he gets these kills. Yeah, Wynn's definitely trying to find some kills with the Bucky. Sorry, with the Judge to try to keep the economy low, but he gets instantly punished right there. Everybody's winning inside the TP. That said, they got to find a way here to not allow Jakey somehow to be your main entry fragger with how he's finding these picks for YFP. That really started snowballing the tempo for a YFP to just really take full control of U-Haul, and did a great job at that. So NBG economy broken for a second time in this half. Bonus converted for YFP. And YFP are going to stay very far back towards the fountain, making sure here that they could deny orb control from either Wynn or anybody else at that point. They've all pretty much made it past the halfway mark to try to take control of this orb and get closer to these ults.
YFP know they have the better weaponry, so they can play off these deep lines because of those rifles, and just clutching someone peeking so early. NBG want to take maybe closer duels, or one at least off of Util. Usually you have Kess around here, and he's sitting in Hookah, so NBG cannot lose grip of this map. They were up 9-3.
Right there.
Dominating on a 6-win streak, 2 to kick us off. But it's YFP. Off of Util. Wingman and Flash. Alum be unaffected there at the back site, and swings out from the box with Cat still with the dog and bird, waiting for the perfect moment, but hearing that teleport, it's all up to Huin to delay this.
Just a one and done. Bucky around triple.
It's not too bad. No one from YP shooting through the box yet. Penny and everyone just trying to play anti-flash, but Human still gets a trade with the Bucky. Not too bad.
Enemy remaining.
But you're just taking any damage you can if you're NBG. Try to hurt their economy if you can. But it's Jakey that ends the round with 4. He's really come alive as these rounds develop.
Big Bean definitely has been activating through the past 3 rounds. Also now putting the Viper's Pit available after this highlight reel that we just see from him towards this A site. But again, it was a smaller bar that you had, lower eco. NBG was looking for some gaps and some openings and maybe hopefully utilize, you know, the crisp aim that they have to try to get an early pick down towards long B. But they lost that in the process, and now it's an important timeout. A very similar story that what we've seen in the first half. YFP losing 4 in a row, going for a timeout and just trying to salvage some rounds, but they only salvaged 3. But the same story goes for NBG. Yesterday when they played against Rankers, a very strong start, but once you got to the second half, they only were able to get 2 rounds on their defensive side to finally lose that map against Rankers 13-9. So this is going to be the first important timeout coming out here from NBG. You want this to have great value coming out of the timeout as well. And I like the start. It's an operator for a limb, which I don't think we've seen him use it that much on this map of Bind. So they're definitely trying to leverage that space and try to lock down the line, potentially even towards showers, because that's where YFP has been defaulting their Sky a lot. And it seems to be the case. A 4-1 setup on top of that at the very beginning, but looks like we're pulling back.
It's always been a scramble for that orb and showers. And that could be... I don't know how aggressive Alum really wants to be, and maybe with help, we'll feel more confident to do so, because you do not want to drop your op there, but thanks to the deadlock wall, be able to salvage that if it doesn't work out.
This is good too, because every single time they've thrown this wall very early and left that open, so then YFP would late walk back into showers for control, knowing when the timer comes back down, and you could sort of see it. Potentially even Jakey was going to try to move towards that spot. Well, you're going to meet head-to-head against the operator, but a great read for YFP somehow to just pivot and rush towards his B site.
Is the orbital strike going to come through on retake, or is it going to be the flush out hookah if NBG are certain that YFP are going through hookah? So NBG don't have any vision because of these smokes. YFP already boom botted in. Depends if NBG have heard that. Could be a proactive orbital strike. But so far, Hewan gets brought down before he can make a decision, and YFP just kicked down the door and even decided to clear B long, even though there's Jakey back there watching a deep flank. YFP have all their ducks in a row.
Well, just save the weapon. I think it was a good call too for Hwin. It seems like though he was hesitating when to drop the orbital strike or if he wanted to drop a second smoke. But when it came down to it and for him to try to react, there was just too many flashes coming out from both Physic and Stellar. The good news, at least, copium for NBG fans, is that Alim hasn't shot his operator yet, and they haven't done they haven't caught YFP in that strategy of putting the operator behind the wall. So this is still an opportunity for them to run the same type of strat in the next round to try to shut down showers, because at some point YFP will try to go for that default again into showers.
All right, 2 weapons dropped, but it's NBG in a more perilous situation financially. And I'd say mentally as well, when you have, a 6-round gap? 6 rounds of insurance that NBG had in terms of lead, and that is quickly closing. With YFP being able to full buy, and not the same case for NBG. Got to judge light armor as Twin decides what he's going to do. Maybe some more Bucky action in showers. It's usually just been the deadlock wall, and that's all NBG have needed. Lean on this op. Alum still gets no action on that side of the map. We'll see what kind of delay NBG can create at B long. And this dog doesn't manage to really get into the site, so YFP have very little information. And have used now both dog and a flash to clear gardens. So 1 step at a time for sure, but YFP operating with less information. Will just have to be about these gunfights, and there is an orbital strike from NBG. Initially just caught off YFP at the heel, and it's successful. Kez somehow not detected by Wingman, and Kez will just hold the line.
Welcome to my...
Oh!
with the judge, and surprise, it's just a shotgun show over at the B site. Reinforcements on their way from A. Seekers from Physic will call them out. And with the pit in place, YFP have a safe fortress to plant in.
And Elim had to use the op here to try to break the Seekers, so they know about the op, the slow peek.
Oh, won't be able to keep that up either. 4 for Physic. Huge for the IGL, and 9-9. YFP, it's just, they were just hibernating at the start of the map, I think.
Yeah, but they did such a good job for NBG for the first wave to delay. I mean, that orbital strike for NBG to get into positions. He even gets a kill for Win inside that smoke just under Hookah to give a chance, a fighting chance for NBG in the site. But the 2 players inside container just couldn't win their duel, and that really opened up everything there because the last 2 players, JK and Physic over at YFP side, had the pit, had the Seekers, has information on the last 2 players, and are able to just nullify that 2v2 and also eliminate that element of surprise with the operator that they tried so hard to get the most value out of. And now that the jig is up, you already see it. They go back to that showers, and then the op's not there, and YFP is like, well, this is free real estate for us. It's free showers once again. So I think YFP's calling so far from Physic is really, really good.
I wouldn't mind just seeing this deadlock barrier be used more reactively, because it's just been a throwaway util. Now that's been shot down, and by placing that, by having your util get shot, yeah, you know there's someone in showers, but it's not like you can do anything about it when all of your help, all your flashes went to B.
Oh.
And okay, coming through the teleporter, Quinn and friends trying to foil YFP's plans, thinking they were deeper into shower, thinking NBG had a better cutoff, a better flank. And NBG caught in a place that they do not want to be in and that they cannot escape, as Alum is hoping Sogo will help out, and maybe Alum call 911, but not for me. Alum is insane.
Seconds left.
And need that spike down. That was such a huge risk too, because Sogo was about to drop that pit, and that gave an opportunity for the lurk to happen for Thief, but for Elim to peek out to get these 2 kills and spike control.
The overdrive and a 2v1, and that was a little close, I'm not gonna lie. But Alum's friend giving the sacrifice so that Alum, the overdrive 2v1, brings NBG back to a lead. But that took a lot of guts.
Yeah, we talked about our pre-match that, you know, players like Fireball Ups is always able to come up with, you know, highlight reels to be able to salvage and save the team. And this time it was Elim just from a straight push solo on top of that, because the combo they tried to do with Win and Kess to flash with their TP was not a good flash. It blinded for both players. They didn't get that element of surprise, and they both got punished. And somehow Elim was still able to pull magic out of a hat.
Wow. Just shooting down the flash, and Stellar following up with it, because usually it's been a very quiet B long. NBG, I think, definitely got a lot of morale from that last round, knowing that they are still in this fight, and with Win in the roster, there's always a chance. And Physic and Jakey, the last one's left already before anything could really develop and blossom. YFP were stripped down and aren't having much of a chance to take away these weapons from NBG, because at the state of NBG's economy, any damage here is pivotal. But it's NBG with 2 back-to-back rounds getting closer to that finish line.
And that's an important call too, for NBG buying all the way to 0 and still only losing 1 player in the process. The economy is still very good to fight back in this next buy of YFP. They're actually at a point where they could break the econ of YFP if they're able to win this next round. So this is the second and last timeout of the map of regulation, at least for YFP, and a much more important one as well. You have Thrash control. You also have 1 away from the orbital strike from Thief. You probably want to let your wingman still plant here, but I think the double spacing you could have, or even the post plant util if you don't need to use the ults, are going to be a key point here for YFP to try to keep this game close. Because so far, after the timeout op coming out from Elim and getting no results, they just decided to put Elim on activation slides of Neons and Vandal rifle fights that he's actually winning so far. He is one of the few so far within NBG that is not missing shots and that is not afraid to fight in duels, and he's just feeling himself at that point. So put a lot of confidence and a lot of trust into Elim so far. Seems to be a strategy that pays off now for the defensive side.
Yeah, the amount of double kills, the amount of 1v2s Alum has pulled off is so incredible. And it all hangs in the balance. It all hangs on this round. Will NBG secure the map or not and go to series point? This is lower bracket final. It's do or die. And YFP, they were able to buy up full armor, full guns, and a thrash. Even the spike behind. Look at this forward push though from NBG, at least on the side of the map. On left side, they're going to change their deadlock barrier to be in hookah this time. Leaving showers open, but not even checking out showers. NBG are letting YFP come to them.
Yeah, Cass doesn't really need a flash yet because he heard Vandal shots, so he's got 2 flashes, Seekers still, so they're leaving him alone so he could try to rotate a little bit or circulate a little bit of that utility from that sky to try to get the mid-round call, try to understand where YFP are trying to scale up. So the first dog comes through, gets shot down. He didn't see anything because he got shot from very far away. So this is going to still add question marks to NBG's positioning. Nobody's really forced rotating yet.
And having Kess on this side of the map is huge, especially if you've tracked that he has Seekers, he has flashes. YFP could still commit to A. It'll just be the sonic sensors that'll be troublesome, but Thrash being used to go through U-Haul. We'll see nothing there. Up next is Penny in the lineup. And with YFP's just this line of smokes, getting U-Haul control lets you look at the backside, and YFP have a huge advantage in terms of space. But with Kess shutting down the lurk, it's fine, but no flashes for YFP could hurt them later on. And it's still an orbital strike from Thief, but this is gonna be to deal with this troublesome deadlock. She is gone. It's just Kess with the Seekers at the last second that expire. No information that Jakey is there. The swing is quick and it's deadly, and it's YFP to take a round.
Use the Seekers all the way from B site, I think from that battle that he won inside hookah. So by the time he makes it back towards the A site and Seekers dissipate, he has 0 information on that 1 versus 2. A nice little temple from YFP towards the end. The late lurk coming out from Jake was huge. Again, Jake has been impressive in the second half and basically godlike and really helping YFP in terms of entries, late lurks, backstab, good util. He doesn't need to work on anything so far here because he's a full complete player for the YFP roster this round.
Oh, there is a lot of people there, and Thief just... Oh, he wanted to buy more than he could chew. Could have got a 3K, but it's still YFP. That ring true. Flash into U-Haul. Forces Fireball back. And with the molly there, YFP are a little bit delayed on taking backside control. NBG just regrouping and deciding to retreat. And even though they have 2 flashes and a dog, this is too big of a risk 3v5 with where the economy is. I mean, Allen bought down to 0 for this.
And just 1 play to surprise the early peak coming out from Market. A triple swing, and somehow Thief still makes out of it with literally 0 damage done to him. And you look at the rest of the squad, how much damage taken to them by the end of this round? Potentially 0 themselves. Maybe they're going to lose Jake in the process, but I'm okay with Jake going on the hunt. He continues to add entries inside the site over on A. Try to keep the econ low for NBG if they can pick up the last few weapons here.
That puts him so close to the pit too.
Yeah, I mean, close to the pit, but most importantly, NBG only has 1 strong rifle in the next round, in this round right here. That is insane how you go for a high-low and Jake still wins that. And I think he barely got any damage done to him as well. This is pivotal. I think this is the round that turns it over and turns it around for YFP to take full control here and even close out this series, or close out this first map.
And post YFP timeout, they figured out their issues. They took back-to-back rounds, now forcing Nightblood to call 911, but maybe for them this time. Because Alum, you put all the eggs in the Alum basket, he's been able to clutch and be incredible. But with the weaponry that they have, they're going to have to adapt their strategy to play up close, to maybe go for a risky showers push with the Bucky. Where are you going to put this deadlock wall? Is it going to be in hookah? Do you go back to your traditional showers hold? There's a lot that rides on this round, especially when Nightblood, like I said, had a 9-3 start. And that has closed. And this is Nightblood's choice of map, I believe. So, ouch.
They just need to put a limb somewhere towards long B or short A. Because so far in these reads for YFP, they've been avoiding a limb quite well by by the engagements and the slow defaults I do in the very beginning. And it's going to start things off a limb here towards Hookah, trying to do the 1v1 against Thief.
Blow him up, Mosh.
And BG
Blinded.
putting Quinn as close as they can to even peek
Toxin screen down.
into showers with the Bucky. Is not going to get the surprise they were hoping for. Playing at this range with the Bucky is a little unfortunate. But they're just going to maybe let YFP walk in through A short and BG could hide in showers until reinforcements come, or really just be proactive. Get one step closer to orbital strike.
Thankfully, they're not pushing further than that as well, because the Sky getting no sound cue was false information. So picking up the orb, trying to get Win into the orbital strike. A Win con potentially if they can pick up that kill.
Oh, Penny! Oh, the last second flash cast walked in the smoke, was still spotted by this showstopper. And YFP clear out showers. The mop is out. And 2 defenders coming from B. Fireball and Alum with the hero Vandal. Alum has had the cape on his back before, but 2v4 is something I don't even think Alum could do. Just the very top of the haircut, but Fireball is not spotted. But Alum opens it up. Fireball with the second. Numbers are even. And you have a barrier in showers. You focus ahead in A short. Alum's already cleared U-Haul, spotted out Thief, and this is very possible a 2v4 that could be converted. But a little too quick to get on the spike. Stellar. Oh my god, Zippo clutch for YFP.
The only spot that doesn't get checked, but it makes total sense, because when Fireball Ups came out and got that cherry shot on the planner, you did not expect a second player to just somehow rotate into that spot. Right here, he gets the kill into Physic, and look at the repositioning from Stellar. And then the wall covers him, and Stellar is able to swing through for a free kill. A free 2K on top of that to get the second clutch for YFP in this second half and give them map point.
Still got full buys, full armors, and Odin for Kess. YP could steal away NBG's map pick. Scramble for showers. And look at this teleport play. NBG getting ahead of this. Even Alum slipping by. So much pressure from NBG, and they get the orb. Annihilation, orbital strike. NBG could easily play for retake if someone like Quinn gets overwhelmed here at B. I like that he's playing an elbow. He can play his life. He can play being able to escape. Defensive orbital strike after hearing sound cues from Hookah isn't going to get the damage he was hoping for, but any amount of delay to maybe insert Sogo in that nook, catch someone like Penny maybe satcheling by. Thief, not knowing how close they really are. These smokes have been hurting YFP's pace to get into the site.
Careful here.
Orbital strike, though, is really just to try to delay, but with so much time left on the clock, YFP could still go for the late re-hit, split into the B site, and finally we go for the rotate as Kess is able to push forward. A big win con. We have the Deadlock ult 2 with the Annihilation.
Ooh. Yeah, and if Physic could live, you got Seekers in the late round, but NBG are trying to prevent this problem from even occurring. It's a 2v2 for the map win for YFP. And it's just Stellar in the 1v2 who'll take the spike with 10 seconds left. He has to plant. Racing back, Fireball and Kess from opposite sides of the map. One still with an Odin. And just a Kess dog to worry about. Stellar's gonna fade into showers. Dog sees nothing on the site. They may have a feeling that he could have gone through showers based on where it was planted, and Stellar's wrapping back around. He clutched the last round.
But the sonic sensor.
If he fights in that, it won't be good. Should be able to hear it. And he gets distracted, and NVG tie us up again.
What a big hold towards the end at that B site to really not allow YFP to get within. So the Annihilation, the flood from the back, not enough util for YFP to keep NBG at bay from the spawn. And it ends up they're able to flood back within the site and win all of those fights. And again, that sonic sensor was the key thing. If not again for the third time, I'm sure Stellar would have won that one. But for a second time in stage 3 in this tournament, NBG gets to play their map pick in overtime. which is quite surprising. A very similar storyline. If that was a win for YFP, another game where they only are able to take 2 rounds on the defensive side. Thankfully, it's 3, and it's enough to play the OT. But YFP, they want to close it right away. Triple push down towards short A, but there's 4 players from NBG ready to crunch right back.
Depend on the timing. Are we going to get an early boom bot? YFP trying to be as quiet as they can, but now hearing this neon from Alum getting on top of the box, and NBG just crossing the right side of the wall while Sogo goes through the left and gets a double kill. YFP, it was really chaotic playing around that Viper wall, and it's NBG that benefit, but only have their half of the site. They haven't cleared U-Haul yet. They'll have sonic sensors, almost using U-Haul as a trap and keeping Fireball in range to swing on anyone from the defense that would take advantage of U-Haul. Jakey and Physic have now a pit to face, placed behind by Sogo. Jakey heard shots from the left, wants to play off of his teammate, with still a flash. They could go on the other side of this U-Haul.
Player standing.
But that is deadly util from NBG as Jakey would be brought down to solo health if he did want to try to use the illusion of the pit. A flawless round for NBG on their attacking overtime round.
Nicely done by Sogo too. That was a hero wall that came up to both Vipers playing some pivotal rounds for both of the teams. But that wall really gave some sense of false security for YFP, thinking that they had the timing to try to fight back against that wall. And suddenly all 3 of them get mowed down. Sogo gets a plant. And we talked about, or you talked about here with the pit, was the false sense of security, but at the same time, it covers U-Haul. They put a wall behind there. You're forcing all their opponents towards the right side where they have so many crossfires set up. It was impossible for YFP to retake that one. And now they want to do the same thing. They want to do something very similar here if they can to activate Jake if he could. Just waiting for that wall, but it's been slowed down because of a Quinn smoke just at the bottom of short A. So they're trying to time back out. Oh, big. Oh, the miss, though, from Jake. That could have been a first entry there for him.
Kez is still wanting to press this, trying to force a decision out of YFP. You know there's an op on the site, and YFP are still going to march along. But Wingman, they get taken down, so Stellar has to do it manually. Sogo's just trying to prevent this. Shots through the smoke. He takes damage because of this. Really good peel out of YFP for their planter to buy that space, but there's a lot of flanks happening. First, it's Alum that gets flashed out. And I really thought Huin was going to continue through showers, but he's going to take the shortest route to just play this from front to back if you're Nightblood. And it's Physic with no flashes, no dog, and
Well, he missed.
NBG now forced to fight this quick. Time is running out for the spike. 3 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Nightblood are going to get on the spike first. It's going to be held. But Fireball wins that at 1 HP. 1v2 won't have the time. And it's YFP that tie on their attacking round.
More extra innings now in this lower finals between YFP and NBG, and Jake getting first blood just like Sogo did on that previous round. Also him getting that kill, being able to put the wall up at the same time for the post plant to just allow for YFP to scale up and win here. That 2 versus 1 was everything. I love the fast tempo though that NBG kind of brought in. You saw that flank coming out from Alim. He couldn't get the first pick onto Stellar, but it also still kept 3 players at bay, focusing on him to try to take him down. So the rest of the players are trying to fight back from showers back towards U-Haul to try to take down, I think it was Physic inside U-Haul, but it's so hard to do when I think they had Win here on an operator that couldn't really get the pick and help out the team when they're trying to flood back within that spot. So it ends up being YFP able to clutch that round and push this into another double OT or into another set of rounds of overtime where YFP are going to call their timeout.
Yeah, both teams went basically 9-3 on their offensive rounds and have won all their offensive overtime rounds as well. So it's YFP that really have to break down how they could throw a wrench in these plans, how they could take a defensive round and lean back on what was successful for them in the past in the first half, which was YFP being proactive and being a little bit more aggressive and changing things up, especially off of Physics util. We'll see if they'll keep him on the B side or A. Physica's kind of flip-flop between the two depending on if they want to fight a short or in showers, but will be the flash is kept on the left side of the map. See if YFP can delay this A push that has wasted no time, especially all stimmed up Allen. will run right into
No
U-Haul,
way.
and despite getting concussed, Thief holds his own with the shorty of all things. The barrier orb is still letting NBG get peeks in U-Haul. Still a
And that-
good delay from YFP.
That distance with the shorty and still wins that fight against Elim. But also for NBG, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A full hit towards the A site, but they didn't go for the full plant. Yes, they have control of A site. They still have Sogo inserted inside U-Haul, but they're backpedaling towards the B site. They had Showers control, they had U-Haul control, and they're just giving it all up.
NBG think they're really selling this A site and think that they could just pivot over. But YFP had rotated while they were pivoting too. So you have both flashes in place for YFP. And even a nade from Penny. If there's going to be a hookah push, this nade could also hurt from Penny.
30 seconds left.
They call it jump
NBG.
spot. They saw the jump spot. It's like, okay, well, I'm just selling a fake here myself towards hookah. They finally walk back towards the A site. The plant will come down. They have delays to even prevent a run through to be the hero play to delay even more. So YP is going to have to play a full retake now in a 4v4.
Jakey is going to sit in heaven, but still wait before swinging. It'll be against Cass with the Odin. Dog actually clears the corner, and it'll force Cass out of position, leaving YFP to take more map control here of the site. Retake ensues, but the duels are going NBG's way. But all they need to rely on is time on the spike. It's YFP that are forced to engage, and it's NBG yet another offensive round win.
And when it really just wanted to try to win the round, just goes into his iPad and drops the orbital strike instead of trying to triple swing with his team to try to take down Stellar after he just saw him on a jump spot. But nonetheless, it still ends up being a good round for NBG. It would have been very dangerous, as I mentioned before. You saw how Kess, when he was trying to re-clear towards Showers, he had to be very antsy and slightly afraid. Yes, it was passive controlled by Sogo, but he could still get timinged. So that's why I was questioning a little bit. Why are you giving up that spot when you already have the main Showers control? You still want to sell a fake? Just bring your solo player to go. You can't meet up with them on time. But we'll talk about that another day. They still got the round, and they're still for YFP. For this attack site, trying to do something very similar for NBG. A full hit towards the A site, concentration on short A.
Can someone win a defensive round on OT, or will we die of old age? Let's find out. We'll be a proactive dog. Just kind of screaming through some shots. Kess has been good at pressuring people back with this Odin. Don't always need util. Sometimes you just need bullets. YFP. Deep flash into Showers, spotting someone close to the doorway. Will allow them to maybe get this orb, or at least in a second they will. As Sogo is aggressively peeking this, thinking he got some good early damage, and he's gonna follow through now that Alum is part of the equation. And it yields a subtraction for YFP's forces with NBG in a 5 versus 3. With round advantage. Match point.
I hear you.
Oh, and Thief gets
Huge.
caught. He couldn't jump
seconds
across. Probably util that tripped him up. And Stellar and Penny are getting no wins in their favor. Stellar is clutched before. Penny makes the job easier. He's on a deep flank. Stellar just needs to
Oh
buy
my
time
God.
and couldn't finish off his kill, but there we go. Just had to do a cool backflip while doing it and just heard someone behind him. Cass with
way.
the Odin. Shut down by Penny. Penny and Stellar could do it. It's Huyn that's already caught by the paint shells. Couple more seconds. And Huyn with the molly wasn't able to detonate that to prevent it. Try to use the smokes to see if he can get to his half, but YFP managed to clutch it against all odds.
What a big round there for
sides.
Penny. A 3
Overtime.
versus 1 inside the A site. Wins the fight, keeps the contain so that Stellar could play a 1v1 inside B. I mean, it was still a 2v1 inside B where Fireballs should have had that win against that 1v2 because he got the timing. He got the sonic sensor to stun one guy. I think it was Thief. He even netted Stellar and tried to play the off angle and then loses it to a wingman jumping out. Sean Garros is actually dissing the wingman before, but it was a savior there this time around for YFP and for Stellar and also Penny to pop off and take this into a triple OT. That should have been over already for NBG with the time that was remaining, but this now is the win back in the sails of YFP in the comeback game.
And Nightblood They're going to collect themselves in this timeout. And I like that whatever Nightblood's ideas are, they'll recruit Alum and he'll be down to go with their crazy. And it kind of worked out for that first half of the round for Nightblood. But it's such a big risk operating around a Neon, but with how mechanical Alum has been, I mean, look, he's got a positive KDA. It's been positive outcomes for NBG to just also compose yourselves when it was a YFP comeback that was brewing for quite a bit of rounds on their attacking half.
And that's the name of the game. Attacking sides for both of the teams very, very strong. Nobody's able to hold a defensive half yet. But again, it might be YFP's chance now.
Dog through U-Haul just gets the small glimpse, but YFP are playing up close and personal off this Viper wall. Spraying through the smoke. And Fireball gets caught by the dog. Such a good pinch from YFP, and the hesitation from NBG has hurt them. And as they try to fix that, they confidently walk into a crossfire out of YFP. And we could see our first defensive round win. Kess and Sogo haven't had the clutch factor that maybe Stellar or Penny have had.
Right into the meat grinder too. Now the last two players, I don't think we'll be able to get this done. YFP should be at map point for this first map of this BO3 in the lower finals, but not too sure if Firebollic's running back here to try to fight back towards Towels. Maybe that's the reason why he went through there, because he could just isolate a 1v1 and hopefully win a duel against Jakey, but you can't win against Jakey in this game so far.
30 seconds left.
Huddling up in hookah. YFP are going to watch NBG cross in front of them shortly, and for NBG to not have smokes left, they have to just clear this one by one, and Sogo does a good job. He's going to leave that to Kess, who's in a healthier position, pressures him back with the Odin, and there's only 10 seconds left. This would be an insane clutch in a 2v5. Still numbers for YFP. And they have the crossfire from hookah and backside. And it's Physic that finishes off the job. Made things a bit hectic if you're NBG. But our first defensive round win means YFP could go ahead and take this map in the most extended overtime we'll have today, I think.
Yeah, and that was actually a great thing to do here for YFP. You're playing a 2 versus 4, maybe even a 2 versus 5 here for NBG, and you're starting to make this doable because Kess was popping off with this Odin. But that single time, the window timing that he takes to heal up Sogo as Sogo's going for the plant, that allowed here YFP to close that gap and start peeking out, and Physic was just doing some great stuff, just jiggle peeking, winning those duels, and just also fighting individual players on that 1v2 in the back of the site. Now YFP at map point. We talked about it before here. NBG has not had the best defensive half either or ever in the matches that we've seen so far on Bind this stage 3.
Ooh. Oh, Penny is going to spot that push at B long and is going to play his life. And the spike is still going to be carried over, and YFP are just going to keep a watchful eye on any forward pushes that could be coming out of hookah and just being ready to capitalize on the sonic sensor, but it won't be tripped yet. YFP will dog up and realize the deadlock barrier is there, so it's still good info, and Alum with the delayed slide still is caught. YFP are so stoic in these early rounds, rewarded with the first blood. NBG are gonna go for a double swing and just keep walking into these crosshairs.
I understand the first slide for the slight overheat from a limb because he gets it done. But the slow peek coming out and you're still playing against Thief, it's not going to happen. Thief will still beat you in these 1v1s.
One enemy remaining.
And caught with the knife out. This is going to be all she wrote for this map. Thief bringing that experience, knowing that in these high stakes, high pressure scenarios, to stay patient. To know that the stress will get to NBG. They are the ones that will falter. And it's a flawless for YFP. 16-14, a long overtime to begin our series. Just tells me we're in it for the long haul.
It definitely in it for the long haul, but maybe that's also the map here that NBG let slip, and then it's going to be a one-sided second map. I mean, this should have been an NBG match for about 3 or 4 rounds in that first map. I don't know how it's going to continue in this series.
Yeah, and we're going to YFP's choice of map up next, and I'm excited to see how Nightblood are gonna fight back against this, so you won't want to miss out.
Bro, I don't like the villains. This is a bad question. I don't like the villains.
Probably just Joker. I feel like Joker is a pretty good villain. He's like the epitome of villain, and he's like kind of like clinically insane.
No, I'm not.
Maybe the Joker from Dark Knight series. That was produced by Heath Ledger. That was really good.
I like the Joker from like Batman in general. It was just like the whole franchise is just so huge. And
Kingsman, 100. Kingsman hands down. First, second, third. It's my all-time favorite.
I'll go with a little shout out to Koala Noob's favorite, Godzilla. Why not? Go with Godzilla.
I guess Sauron. It probably isn't, to be honest, but like that's the only thing I can really think of since I'm like a Lord of the Rings fan.
The guy from Whiplash. That's the issue. Yeah, the tempo. I don't remember his name, but that guy for sure.
Not quite my tempo.
I think it's got to be Thanos. You should
have gone for the head.
Hans Landa from Inglourious Bastards. Yeah, he's a phenomenal villain, and the actor that plays him is just absolutely he does such a good job, and the fact that he speaks like 3 different languages in that movie. He's just a crazy talented actor, and it really makes you like impressed with how cunning he is, and he's like a little weasel.
First map in the best of 3 lower finals. At one point, I saw a Twitch chat saying that YFP should forfeit. You know, things aren't going well. Okay, well, they're looking to make flavors out of all of y'all. That's going to be a triple OT to get the win in the end. YFP, I mean, Jen, going into this, like, yeah, it looked rough at first, but just give them time. We get to the side swap, all is well.
It started off 6-0. I don't blame Chad for thinking YFP, but why? You know, like capital on why? Because they felt very laid back, very chill, very Sunday-like to just kind of play such a passive defense on B. And NBG just took full advantage, flashing in. Just every kill had a causation to it, had a util, a concuss, a relay, something. And it was Alum just really carrying this roster for a lot of the reason, but it was a team effort from NBG until YFP took their first timeout. They were able to put a couple of scratches in on their defense. You have a 9-3 half, and then YFP did their impression of NBG and had their version of an aggressive, really relentless offense that went on their own win streak. So I'm glad YFP woke up and smelled the coffee later on in the map.
Yeah, Twitch chat, basically, we're just bandwagoners for YFP and also not watching the history of the games of NBG. Again, a very weak side defensive half for both of the teams, yes, for sure. But this should have been a much easier momentum NBG second half. Definitely starting 9-3, you know, in your half on your defensive side, but also on your map pick. That should instill a lot of confidence for you to be able to close out that map, just like they did against Rankers when they had a 7-5 lead going into their defensive side. And just suddenly, YFP is able to come back. And thankfully, for those that stayed a YFP fan from the beginning to the end, well, you saw what Stellar was able to do in the clutches, what Jake was also able to do as somehow an entry. And for everybody that's, you know, harping on Penny all the time, he popped off in those key moments too to allow YFP to win.
Yeah, it was crazy to see like the little adaptations as well coming out from YFP, and it was a Nightblood Gaming at some points just like, again, going back to this being their map picked, it kind of looked a little lost against this YFP that all of a sudden is popping off, Jen, and is rough. And when YFP is shooting, I mean, it is a team that can get it done. They can't be disrespected in that regard, even if Alum's on the other end popping heads.
Yeah, just the offensive util from NBG was so strong. And Huin especially started off the map like 11-3. Just had an insane mechanical performance. But then when NBG went on defense, you didn't get this maximized delay with the deadlock, just throwing a bear into showers, turning your brain off, calling it a day, because a lot of the time it would be shot and then you'd be wondering what's happening in showers. Don't know, don't want to peek it. While as I felt like there was better delay from YFP side when you have a Viper, the way they were playing around Jakey's wall and the way that Stellar was able to get information off of his flashes. I think the defense from NBG got a little bit weak because of the deadlock and where you were going to place your flashes, which a lot of Kess was on the B side where YFP hit the A side a lot. So
yeah, I think that was fine too, though, because on one end you have, you know, the standard Sky play on the B side to get information for either team. Anybody that plays really at this composition that has a Sky in there, most likely will have the Sky playing defense on B. But I think a lot of the Hail Mary was trying to leverage an operator not only on a limb in the second half, but also trying to have Quinn use a glass cannon operator on the defensive side in OT. And those Hail Marys, they whiffed. They just missed the mark because there was just still great scaling and good reads somehow from YFP, the calls from Physics, potentially even some input from Stellar that tells them that they're able to avoid a limb every single time towards the later half of the second half when it's avoiding the op or even avoiding a limb's position himself. They had so many like fast tempo hits of being like, okay, well, we scaled this much. We haven't seen any pressure coming in from a limb yet. Let's just rush into the site, and they win from the numbers.
I mean, we're talking about Quinn on the highlights, but the attacking controller that I wanted to talk about, fans, we got to talk about Jakey a little bit more here, because this was someone that was just getting it done, whether it was going and trying to get one of the first kills of the round, some of these lurks, just these in-back kills. He was crazy heading into the second half.
Yeah, and if you remember Jakey when he was playing in Cloud9 over at the VCTs, he's definitely the type of player that could be very hyped up, or somebody that shuts down a lot too, or used to shut down a lot. I feel like he kind of changed also the mentality going into Challengers too, where, you know, at some point he retired, but then it's like, hey, I'm not going to retire. I still feel that I have a lot of Valorant in me that I could play, and I think that also changed his mentality of how he approaches games. When it comes to these moments where he can't really, you know, shut down as much as he can on one side, he's not giving up, and you've seen the pressure and the value that he brought to the team in that second half, and the amount of openings that he was able to take for a controller on the attack side when you still have a Raze that could satchel in to create that space.
I thought Jakey was really good at using short nades in order to just throw them right at where the enemy thinks he is, instead of throwing it behind them or in deeper lines. You kind of saw like right in front of U-Haul. In the montage, you saw it right inside of showers instead of trying to bounce it out or anything like that. Jakey was good at taking things step by step, not overcooking, and taking things slowly. And that's how he's able to win all of these duels, and why it makes him why he's able to use that experience that he has in this game to give YFP an edge.
And this was a game that almost really did end up differently. I mean, we had all these OTs, but Vans, the one round, Nightblood Gaming, they had this opportunity to close it out, and YFP just played spoiler to that.
Dude, I'm still shaking my head. I mean, that the first, again, the slide from Alim on that 1v1 against Penny, understandable, because Alim's slide contact that he's been doing all game has been very, very good. But then somehow, nobody there to trade, nobody grouping up, nobody saying, hey, Penny's isolated here towards the spawn. Let's just try to make sure that we keep him there, or at least if we let him go towards the spawn, the rest of us could just TP as a group and really pinch it against Stellar. So the decision-making going into that 2v5 was not that great. Fireballs did as much as he could on that 1 versus 2 inside that site. He probably could have won that fight against Stellar, but Stellar was just, again, using great util to fight in that 1v1 against Fireball Ups. But for the rest of the team, dude, that was some, unfortunately, some communication that slipped through the cracks that forced them to, and didn't allow for them to close that map and let that slip, and now morale is super down in my eyes.
Yeah, and for YFP, that's a momentum to take forward into this next map. That first map, that was Nightblood's gaming pick, and now we're heading over into Sunset, something that, Jen, we've seen YFP be quite strong on. And from Nightblood Gaming and Anzo there, the momentum loss of that last little bit, just the fact that this is not their map pick, this is a scary prospect.
Especially when this is a pretty heavy ban for NBG in the past, and this is a very common pick for YFP. But this is also a Penny playground, I think. Penny in at ALM with the Neon, but I think Fireball especially will be comfortable. We highlighted the Sentinels as we go into Agent Select. He is a master of Cypher, and I think this will be a comfortable map for NBG.
Again, with these two teams heading into our Agent Select, I'm always looking at our Sentinel players and our duelists, the people that are trying to get it done, the people that are trying to stop them. But fans, when we saw YFP play last too, Stellar on this breach, the utilities, even his team, like, it was top-notch performance from YFP.
I think Stellar just in general as a breach has been looking very good yesterday as well. They even changed their composition from a split where he was playing Viper and went back to a breach, and his util for sure is very good at that moment. They have great opportunities to take advantage of Nightblood Gaming, where I feel that for NBG, they haven't really taken too much of control on middle, and also played it very passively in terms of information, because most of the trips for Fireball Ups were inside the B site. So hopefully they iron out a little bit of that, because that rankers were fully able to take advantage of that matchup against NBG with that, and that's where they start things off first too on the defensive side. So they have a chance once again to drive the momentum in their favor if they're able to capitalize here on these rounds.
Well, it's an opportunity for Nightblood Gaming now to try and bounce back from that first map. Lower finals, it is do or die. Can they take it to a map 3, or if YFP close that out in 2? Time for Sunset.
Let's get right into the YFP map pick of Sunset. We're expecting a Neon matchup, but it's going to be a difference of initiators. And Physic, that IGL, he loves Sova, one of his most played agents. They're really going to be leaning on his util, these early recons, these early drones, to see where YFP could set the pace at.
Feels like they want to go for a very aggressive B main crunch here for the defensive side. Fake eye, they can run it down with a fault line, and that's just a trap play to try to guess it out. So it starts off that way to seize instead. It doesn't catch Physic, but it does allow YFP to tempo up towards A.
Wow, good reaction out of YFP to just completely retreat, sensing this forward push and the numbers. YFP must think this is the weakest site, and they guessed it right. There's a leftover Cypher cam, and NBG could utilize that to see who is still left. YFP have already a crossfire ready at elbow. An A cut. Paranoia cuts through them. NBG step forward to take advantage. The first peek is from Jakey, and he still managed to handle that pressure well in a 1v3 until his reinforcements emerge from the Cypher cage placed. And Penny at 28 HP. The damage that he could. He regroups with Stellar in the 2v3 for our first pistol of Sunset. And it's a spike planted. YP just have to wait this out, and it's Stellar that can't hold on anymore.
Not this time around on a 1v3 when the players are actually ready this time on your peaks and they were ready to go for immediate trades. But you talked about it, the great pivot from YFP, tempoing up towards the A site, but also just NBG reacting on the counterplay of YFP in the post plant. The fault line to delay, Jakey had a perfect paranoia. It actually blinded 2 players behind a limb to isolate that 1v1 and win that against sorry, not a limb, but to win against a triple push. I think he won that against Kess. But then it came down to a limb sliding down from shops. Instead of focusing on Stellar within the site, they just wanted to make sure that they cleared the surrounding before in order to capitalize on that pistol round win. That's what they needed, at least, to start this second map. And they'll continue with the momentum, with the confidence to push down here towards the A side, potentially even control the orb if it starts getting quiet here in the mid round.
NBG just always want to get the jump on these rounds, and this is a lesson they did not. Well, now it pays off if it's just going to be a Neon running by, but it's something that YFP have been patient to play against. That's how they won the last round of Bind, is YFP just holding an angle and NBG swinging out. But NBG are going to try and have more purpose behind all of these moves. Look at this wraparound from Thief. The back of market, it's all timing against Sogo, and he wins it against Sogo, and now NBG turn their heads and deal with every threat in front and behind. And it's just Physic in a 1v3. At least he knows where one is, but tough task with the Stinger, but coming from behind is a place you wouldn't expect. Trying to react to at least that player that's sitting in the smoke
30
on his
seconds
left side, but has now corners to clear. One shock bolt, but utilizing that util would reveal his position. Finds at least the neon and manages to at least get the kill with the shock, but it's NBG always with these hot starts.
Yeah, that was actually a buy coming in from YFP. You see that the money's broken, so you thought it was going to be, hey, a great amount, great damage being done, but they're not going to have anything for this third round. That said, though, the attempt that they had, I think it was just a fault line off the tap of an orb, but when they realized that there's nobody taking control of the orb, they're like, well, let's still try to gamble it and try to push through. So I like the forward position from a limb on the defensive side to avoid that fault line and just get a free kill on the one-ways being thrown by Win. So great communication and teamwork for NBG in that last round, which was not the communication that was there in OT. But now Penny's trying to open up the space here with the Bucky close range.
Wow, that hurt, but not enough apparently. Sturdy plot armor. But still YFP will go ahead and capitalize on that, even with the Oda just spraying through the smoke, and BG is still walking through the hail of bullets. Doesn't matter. The trades favor YFP, but it just barely. 11 HP for Stellar in a 2v1.
It's not winning this. He's got a Judge and a Frenzy. They're pinging weapons on the ground, but that's a big decision. If he picks up a weapon here, he gives a sound cue away. So he's going to have to play Ninja with a Stinger. Or a Frenzy, rather.
Yeah.
Shadows traveling.
See what he can do. He's already been revealed. And now YFP can just play time, especially if Stellar is to carry this through the bonus round. No need to take risk if you're YFP. Just spraying through the smoke will be enough. Eventually someone has to peek. Stellar will go for it.
It's time anyways. He wasted too much time.
He's a few more old orbs for Win, but a YFP that don't let NBG carry anything through.
This is just sheriff kills that they're getting here for YFP. You had a Bucky that was your strongest weapon. Firebullets continues to be an anchor towards the B side. That's what we're praising him for here during the pregame, saying that he's such a good player as an anchor player on B side of Sunset. But he can't do everything on his own when everybody else is losing fights to duels. Thief again with a sheriff to open things up. He was also another player that popped off for YFP on Sunset on these eco rounds and these thrifties that they're carrying over this time around as well. So that just summarizes pretty much this game where everything's back to normal. YFP, they win their gun round. The bonus round is not the best. And that was a chance here for NBG to string a couple of more rounds together. But getting caught like that is going to have them hesitating on how they want to play the defensive side.
And Cass is going to spot some action over in mid. Maybe signaling Alum to hold this angle. Have Huin throw the paranoia if needed to just assist on this kill, but it is the fault line that clears out that neon, and Penny races against it. Can't catch up. That's an opening pick, taking care of that flank. YP re-clear through mid and want to take advantage of the chaos, and Penny takes their wins where they can, and YFP go for a risky back map push that Jakey wins a big double kill on. And now they could wrap around B and signal to the spike once they clear the site to plant, and Penny knows where the last member is.
Dude, that was such a good stun coming out from Sogo, though. That should have been a free kill from Win, who picked up the Vandal and tried to take down Penny, and fully stun, unscathed, wins that fight. And now Alim is just going to look for the damage, and Penny's starting to feel it here in the second half, or the second map.
Yeah, to go up against Alum after Alum just had a warm-up map on Neon. Penny to switch things up. Penny may be a player that's very flexible, maybe prefers the Raze and the Jet, but is flexible for a reason, can adapt to those faster styles, but knows how to slow it down and just hold the angle and play to the information that you have, which was that duel against the other Neon at A main. IP went for a pretty risky back map push though, but it still worked out with where the smokes they had.
It's also still Jakey pushing top mid, so it's not too bad, and you're playing anti-eco. So I like that they still were able to gain a lot of that space because of the pressure that was being added from NBG on the A side. Speaking of the pressure on the A side, Alim pushing down, breaking the camera with a classic. That's got to be a tell potentially here that there's going to be an operator out holding out towards the A side. So YFP pivots back. They're already going back for a mid to B split. Going up against here Firebullets once again, who's very good on an anchored role. And he's got to keep a forward position to try to fight here on B main.
YFP just have to spot out this trip while YFP carve their way through mid. It's Sogo. Now his position revealed. You won't have a fault line on the B site, so it instills confidence in YFP, who step forward off their neon push. And it's Physic that covers their tracks too with a great shot in market. Neural theft advantage for the offense. Just trying to tie a bow on this round. Getting one last ping, and I'm surprised Thief didn't want to take some early shots, but it's just gonna decide to cut them off. But Alum with the overdrive wants to turn this all around, and he still has the op, but now has to take a big risk against Penny, and the op gets taken away, and YFP still close out the round.
That is so unfortunate. Once again, NBG throughout 2 maps so far, I don't think we've seen a single op kill that came out into the investment that we're putting into that to try to cover the A side defense, but to get into the site that they did for for YFP for that kill that happened onto Kess, I feel that potentially they saw Kess just before the smoke bloom, and Kess did not see them, and that was a easy pick off here to not allow any Odin spray on the attempt of a plant at the default spot inside B. And I think the Odin buy is a good buy actually to counter on Sunset on the defensive side when you're holding your defensive half. But it seems to be aware here for YFP. Broken economy once again for NBG, and back into a mid lurk. And this is what we were mentioning before. These lack of control on the top middle will allow Thief to potentially come in.
Big hit on Penny. That'll definitely slow them down. And wherever they pivot to, I don't know if you can rely on Penny to find success on the initiative. The spike is ready on the right side, and now the neural theft is gonna ping Huynh to know that there's an offense coming his way and insert himself well with the Bucky. Not an elbow, but right as this Neon skips by. Huynh also has the element of this smoke to make it so he doesn't have to deal with the full flood from YFP. And they hesitated following Penny in his shadows.
Off your feet!
It's YFP rolling thunder, knowing who at least Huynh just killed Kenny is on the site, but MBG just play full retake, and it's a thrifty.
A thrifty flawless and the ping into the spawn with you saying, why the hell is Fireball Ups in CT spawn winning a fight against me at that spot? That was really everything. The tipping point here that allowed NBG to snowball and just literally ski down the hill and get that victory for Nightblood Gaming on the thrifty. A flawless one on top of that. Because the first kill allows the neural theft to get so much information at that spot. You had enough stall, and from the pings, Huynh felt comfortable in the position that he was in the Bucky. And that is going to be one of the things that we mentioned before. How do you clean up the gap here of the defensive side that you're not really holding down against rankers? They play all the way back for a spawn to win this.
Penny, a little mad after an encounter with Huynh and
Right there.
wanted to try and capitalize on knowing NBG usually have someone in the A site, and YFP activate the overdrive and haven't found anything. Now it's the retake from NBG off the Nightfall, still with flashes. Paranoia from YFP to slow down NBG and blind them. And YFP stand and deliver off of NBG flooding in off of a Nightfall that they don't even know who hits. Nightblood were completely caught off guard, but 3K from Huynh to save the day, as it's just Thief in the smoke at 31 HP. That has to keep the spike and this round alive, and it's not gonna work. A huge turnaround from Huynh.
Wow, Huynh once again just comes through and gets the backstab on so many different players. It looks so good for YFP on how they countered that Nightfall that came from spawn. Hunter's Fury went straight into the line, knowing that, you know, he's at least going to try to catch the fade because of that Nightfall. Does get the ping onto a limb, gets the information on the second team, and allows you this forward position to come up for YFP. But Huynh dancing around the smoke somehow to be able to get all those picks allows NBG to crawl back in that fight. And I love the play to just push down on middle and long B, because you're already putting all your eggs in the Nightfall retake play. That was already drafted from the beginning of the round. And it was going to be chaotic for sure, no matter what, and NBG pulled through.
Still a good buy for YFP, just not full shields. It's YFP that have cleared a lot just to get into B main. They put Jake in a position to plant. Now just hoping to get back into short. The YFP barely have site control. It's Huynh that joins the fight with his ult. As NBG begin their retake through market, through backside, shooting through smoke, not knowing where YFP could be playing from. Spike will draw YFP's attention, and you know they're all playing through main. And can you really wait for the smoke to dissipate? NBG are getting so lucky, just barking at the other side of this, all this obscuring. And it's YFP that can keep the spike alive long enough. And trying now, the defense gets desperate. They step past the smoke, and as the dust settles, it's just Stellar with 10 HP.
Somebody in the communication saying, hold on to the spike, get at least a halfway. What kind of delays did you really have? Maybe the first aftershock that came out from Stellar and the camera that came through, but you're basically trying to play bunch set spray from B main on the attack side, and it was already a nice integration from NBG to even throw a one-way smoke instead of a smoke just on A main so that an Omen cannot TP on the top and surprise some players. So everything was well blocked for NBG, but somebody's please stick on that spike. After you finally have somebody committed onto that, the smoke was about to dissipate. They still got some wall bangs across. It didn't fight through, and that's another NBG slip. At least they still have econ, and they have map control, pushing a player up all the way towards B main, and that's one part isolated. Now they also have players more incident on the top mid, so they could utilize Kess's utility on Prowlers, on Haunts, to see if there's going to be any mid-rounding towards the mid. And now, seeing none of that, they could get ready for a fight into A, but unfortunately they're not. Nice shot by Physic.
Ooh, Fireball wasn't able to capitalize well just now. Oh, I thought he was going to be flooded out by YFP, who heard the shots from Box and didn't react quick enough. Neural Theft now is out for NBG, something YFP could have prevented. But at least the spike is planted, so YFP have the element of time. There's a fault line as NBG go around these boxes. It's been tough for them to retake, even with utility and ults to favor NBG. They just haven't had good angles, but Sogo, now with vision on the site, says to play the swing well. The flash gets both, and he gets one kill. Now a Rolling Thunder Aftershock pushes him out. Flash, see if he can get it halfway. He knows he doesn't have the window to capitalize on. A 1v1 is possible, and it's Stellar that Rolling Thunders to prevent the defuse, and now Sogo doesn't have time. And both had Rolling Thunder, but only one comes down. It's Stellar that benefits for YFP.
Yeah, and smart at least for Sogo to keep his, because he knew that the counter Rolling Thunder was going to come back, and then he was just going to lose on time, so he was going to just waste it anyways if he threw it out. But Stellar, this is 2 rounds in a row that he's helping out YFP clutch out these rounds. Again, the mishap that happened in the front of that B site on 2 rounds ago, it was like you're breaching your Neon, not really pushing for it to fight back into B main. But Stellar was able to capitalize off that and just get sprays through smokes, kills through smokes, and then a 4K on top of that, and then now winning this 1v1 to allow YFP to take the lead. Again, similar storyline as, you know, we're just yapping as a broken record. A great start from NBG. I think this was like 4 rounds in a row that they've gotten, just like they did on Bind. And then boom, we see the comeback here from YFP. The difference is this time around, YFP did not have to spend a timeout in their round number 4, or their round number 3 rather, because it was still a shorty round, or a thrifty round, sorry, that they're able to win in that round number 3. So pardon me, they won 2 rounds in a row for NBG by getting pistol in second round. But nonetheless, the story still remains that YFP is definitely taking advantage of NBG's lack of information and communication to work with each other to capitalize on these rounds.
Nightblood using that timeout to also talk about how they can leverage this hero vandal and what they can really do after they get the map control, because they pushed up Alum in B main, and then what? Then YFP took advantage of the right side. So NBG need a plan B, need to take map control with purpose. Now with this forward smoke, NBG want to get a surprise close encounter with YFP. Now multiple layers of smokes to get through, and a good concuss from the defense. And YFP managed to keep themselves alive despite Penny getting concussed in the smoke. It's when they get shot through, weakening this B hold, and Alum couldn't even get a decent trade, couldn't even try to even up the numbers. And now YFP will get a safe plan, all depending on if Kess wants to be proactive for Market. And the backside is clear, Market is clear. YFP have all the problems coming to them.
At this point, the timeout with the hero rifle. I mean, for the next round, you can still go small shields and rifles. You're trying to do some damage. And it's a flawless for YFP on top of that, with 2 more rounds to go in the first half. And this is not looking good here for NBG. I mean, trying to push forward there. One camera being set by Thief in the front of the A orb. Was able to spot 2 players right there and saying, hey, they're trying to play aggressive up towards this A side. We need to push up here and weaken out towards B, especially when we got the first ping from the Owl drone or recon dart from Physic on to a limb, and they're able to do just that. I mean, you're playing an anti-eco. You stayed with the numbers. You know that it was going to be maximum a 5-on-3 with better weapons for your end. So it's a clean round that you see coming through from YFP. Back into a round now for NBG, trying to play a contact off the camera. So going back into the tried and true, something that's been drafted up so many different times by different teams, and they're just trying to fall in off the tiles if they spot some feet. YFP already understands this, so they're going for the safe play. Owl droning towards the middle, late pivot towards the A site, yet they're walking up tiles.
NBG finally with some mid-map control. But at least catch them pivoting. YFP firing back. It's NBG with map control and purpose and good swings, but YFP is quicker on these headshots, and a neural theft for Thief should spell where YFP need to plant, which is obviously where they already were. Now a sense of security, paranoia, rolling thunder though. Here comes the defensive retake as YFP just play anti-flash. Paranoia is huge from Jakey. And it catches NBG on the flood back in. It's just clinical for YFP on the post plant.
Yeah, Jakey's flashes are so good throughout this half, but you see that slight difference here that comes out from just an Owl Drone from Physic up towards middle. That position that Win took just behind the pillar towards middle, they needed him for NBG to be at that spot, because without the Omen, you can't really paranoia into the trap play that you're trying to do with the camera. So when you're going to fault line down and try to slide through, there's still going to be some stun players, but everybody could see it coming from miles away, and they're still able to immediately punish a limb. So that slight difference really broke the defensive setup here from NBG and allowed YFP to move forward now as a 7-4 scoreline. Three-round lead. And back into a mid-control that you know NBG is not going to go for the same trap play because he got totally owned the previous round.
Oh, YFP, it's an exchange. First blood for Penny. Catching Alum on these forward walk-ups. NBG haven't been able to profit from that aggression the way that they were able to kick off Bind previously. At least with these smokes, YFP are forced to use util earlier than expected. Not being able to get as deep of clears with that drone to B, knowing there's a Guardian ringing around in B. YFP have that to work with, but the spike is still going towards A. An overdrive from Penny to clear the way, but it's so good that shoots that down so quickly, even with the Hunter's Fury ringing by. YFP have still put the red carpet down to get a spike down quick. Fireball and Kess have maybe a Nightfall to work with if Kess could get a kill at range, but through all the smoke, he's just not getting lucky.
Cage triggered.
They're going to have to go for it no matter what. Last round of the half, Guardians against 4 rifles. You could just delay on one side on the attack and set the crossfires for the rest, and that's how clean as it could get.
8-4. Very strong offensive half, but I mean, we said kind of the same thing about NBG when they had such a hot start to Bind. We're like, wow, YFP should forfeit. Not that I would tell NBG to forfeit here, but are they going to be able to have a strong offensive half the same way YFP did, the same way they did on Bind? They seem a lot more decisive when they could just open their strat book up and play the game they want to play. We'll see how they can leverage that fade to get around these trips and get around all these corners that Jakey likes to sit in.
It's so unfortunate, too, the amount of times that, you know, Nightblood Gaming are playing the same maps throughout the whole tournament. They're playing Bind and Sunset again, just like they did against Rankers yesterday. And the weaknesses from NBG on their attack side against Rankers, if I remember correctly, is the lack of, like, market and top mid control coming out from their end. They're doing a lot of, you know, not necessarily split, but control on extremities. It doesn't really pan out when they're actually going for a real hit. That they have pressure coming in from a second entrance.
Oh, the concuss! Oh, YFP. We're almost able to set up Jakey for a first kill. And what did I say about these funny corners? And Jake being there. Still did damage to NBG, so it wasn't fruitless. But it's NBG, no one being sent. Elbow, that's still a question mark.
Oh, no, he didn't. He's pinging the feet.
Pinging mid.
Finally, he gets seen.
Wow, NBG decide to wrap all the way around to get ahead of this retake before YFP could line up the dice. NBG, plant. The 4 versus 3, and it's a scramble in mid that profits YFP, and now that'll allow them the flood with Stellar, who I guess doesn't really need any help. Still has a flash. Kess avoids 1 and now 2 blinds. But the spike is smoked off, and this is going to be held with a frenzy amount of bullets in the tank, and it's YFP with pistol.
I just love it from NBG walking up towards shop, though. They had the timing onto Thief, who was still staring at his camera. And as he was looking back towards shops, the top of the head of Kess actually was peeking out. But it was so focused on pinging the feet at the bottom of middle that there was an opportunity for NBG to pivot up and move up and get the pick. But after the camera looks back, spots him, he at least gets one for his trouble and really doesn't allow NBG to get that surprise attack back into a D8 side split so that Stellar could get to an easy 2K with his ghost. I mean, this guy continues to be so good here as in an initiator role. And for this round, the camera spots the Neon pushing forward for Penny and short aim. We'll try to fight it.
NBG, no, there's just been either 1 or 2 at this site. NBG just wanted to have power numbers, and Penny gets the last laugh and pulls the Sova over at A as YFP reinforce. NBG still committing through elbow this time, taking different angles, having Sogo ready to flash in sight if needed, or even on the other side of the smoke once NBG are ready to flood in. Smokes dissipate, trigger about to be pulled for NBG. Or sees nothing yet in mid.
Hard for them to get into sight now with no wall. So it's just going to be on Win with the shorty in the smoke.
Well, it explodes Penny and it works out for NBG, but damn, huge kills for YFP coming through that A cut side, and NBG tried to shelter an elbow, and it's a 1 versus 1.
Spike planted.
Now NBG just have to play time. And Sogo is not in a healthy spot with a flash. He could just play hidden, play off contact of that. Physic is the one who has to clear the box, the elbow, remain.
Full rep. I like this. This is a big opportunity for Sogo to win now.
Revealing area.
Should be able to hear this. Sogo timing. Physic isn't turning around.
No.
Oh,
no!
Oh my god. No. No, 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 no.
Oh, it's shooting Guardians and just, again, I'm going to repeat myself from yesterday's game. Just trying to shoot players behind the back in this game is just unlucky for you. And again, the reason why I said I love the wrap, he played the fault line out in the open of the site when he went for the plant. And then when you're going to re-clear towards short A, you have a thinking that he's going to play towards gate or he's going to play towards elbow. So Physic goes for all the info to use the recall dart at that spot. So the element of surprise was always on to Sogo, but he went for the ADS holding the angle instead of just walking in and capitalizing and guaranteeing the shot. But technically it should have been a guaranteed kill anyways, but we talked about the morale being very low since the first map, and now it shows.
Hell, NBG will still stand their ground and will go down kicking and screaming, just getting 3 kills off the rip off of a lighter buy from YFP. But this is an important round for NBG where the economy is buying down to 0. They need to conserve everything they can and have a flawless round if they can. NBG should be awarded this with an open site. Will be a market cut from Physic with the Guardian. Where Alum is, he's pretty low, but oh geez, just this wave of bullets. Dodges the Haunt at least. Physic has been snuffed out. Shock Bolt, hoping to catch the planter, wasn't where he was. Prowler to clear back sight. NBG crossing the T's, dotting the I's. And looks like they want to save their weapons. Well,
just
Deep
damage,
isn't,
just
but
damage.
Physic is.
Yeah.
Physic is doing the longest wrap around, but...
One enemy remaining.
They want to bring the economy to the next round. You don't want to save these for sure. He wants to make sure that there's nobody lurking around that can do some damage across.
Longest flank ever, but I'm... You know, they'll never expect it, but the spike gets tapped and the firing squad show up. I was like, why is Physic going so far away from Thief? But...
Yeah, now
NBG got to keep most of their weapons at least.
Yeah, and a little bit of wind here blowing into the lungs for NBG to have a clean start out of the round against the bonus you just had from YFP, who were them trying to crunch back towards middle with the lower buy that they had. It was a nice little punish for NBG, just brute force their way through, win all their fights, and then also having a healthy buy in this round number 16. So that's the good thing about it. And NBG are trying to fight back against the continuous control that YFP is going to try to do. Again, this is them playing against rankers all over again. With now a little bit of a change. I like this fast change of tempo from a limb to pitch back against Stellar, but he doesn't get him.
Got a last second ping that he at least rounded the corner, but NBG just overheat. Just racing right after Alum, thinking they have to jump on YFP. It's who win in a 1 versus 3. If you wanted to grab the orb and dip, I wouldn't have hated that play either. Just With still a minute left. Cheeky's gonna spot him on the pivot out of boxes.
He could still do it now. I think that not going for the orb and walking up to get the kill would have been the best thing, because he'll have an ult no matter what, and he could still escape if he wants to. But now he doesn't want to give the... Well, now he drops and gets spotted.
Only so much you can do when YFP just play their lives. They play so safe. Now they're 2 rounds away from going to the grand final against Rankers.
Yeah. Another Hail Mary play. Another Hail Mary, play that was coming out from NBG. Almost, I feel there was a slight miss, though, because I don't think even the wall from a limb really went on the top of quad. So it could really go safely and pass safely back towards the shot. But all that is just small details. The main gist of it was that they went for the fault line and paranoia back into the short A so that he could somehow get the timing from a limb with the slide across. But he bumped into a couple of walls, I think, as he was going through, and still got punished as he came across. I mean, there was so much util to support him, and unfortunately they couldn't capitalize on that. And as they were so hyper focused on being like, okay, where's my next set of util to help him? Where's my next set of util to try to get an opener? Well, Penny's holding around the corner at the elbow and judges 2 players down. So that when nothing's working, it's just not working here for NBG. So last time out, but I think this is grim. This is YFP comfortable now. Big lead coming up towards him here in the second map.
At least you have a couple players from NBG that are still able to full buy, you know, util armor and everything. So there's ults to leverage, and it's Alum that has to go crazy. And everyone has to be on board with this crazy, but he may be enabled to help take control of mid. NBG haven't gone for a B push that cuts through market. There will be a trip there if they opt for that. Usually NBG have liked to go even towards the back of the map with mid control. A lot of options, all depends on where this opening pick could be coming from.
Trying to break util in the beginning. Here's one that's going to get broken by a limb. Another type to attempt here, a limb on the pinch from behind.
Yeah, wrapping around, and look who ends on board with this, and with the ult gets a surprise on Physic, but Stellar holds the corner and kills 2, and NBG weakened to their 2 last players. 2v2 though, but with Penny still in overdrive, he's gonna have all the targets in his sights, and it's YFP match point, series point.
And not a good econ for NBG. Couldn't even get the plat down for 300 credits across the board. Look at how abysmal this buy is going to be. That could have potentially helped into like half shield armors for a couple of players too, if they had those extra credits. And unfortunately, it's not. So they're going to have to try to brute force through with stingers. Thankfully, a Rolling Thunder maybe to help. Another Hail Mary, but it seems to be potentially just another crunch back into the B site. The breach is going to have to come up huge here to allow a limb to get an opening, but they've done such a great job for YFP to shut him down. A limb has been getting 0 value versus what he had on this Neon Unbind.
Yeah, Penny has had a lot of first bloods over at A, limiting NBG's fruitful options, and now there's no smokes covering B main. It's one less obstacle. YFP have liked to have Jake in that corner, so NBG got to make sure they clear every corner, but this one-way cage, it's very annoying for NBG to tempo up. But at least use the Prowler to clear any trips, and Alum may be tripped up just now and gets pinged through and still kills Thief. But Alum is getting chased down by Stellar, still with full util. Flash and fault lines. Gonna aftershock force Kess into the duel. Double swing from YFP ends the day and the tournament for NBG. YFP will go to get their revenge against Rankers in the grand final.
And this is going to be another fun game to witness coming up in the grand finals between YFP and Rankers. But first off, it's not before, congratulating at least Nightblood Gaming for getting this far. Again, you're going into this tournament where, nobody knows about this team. Nobody knows about the players. At least I don't, if I want to be honest, except for a win. But they were still able to make it here into the third map. They were still able to make it, second map. They were still able to make it very competitive against all of their opponents. I'm going to give them some praise still.
Yeah, Sierra, do you give them praise? We didn't get the triple OT, but we had a very fun lower bracket final.
I think so. I mean, considering coming on into this, to echo exactly what Van said, I'm looking at the teams, I'm looking at names, and this is not probably where I would have predicted the bracket to be ending up. So to make it to this point, and like when I think back to the series, I will remember that fight. I will remember that triple OT. And I think it was just a little bit of that momentum, a little bit of that confidence just gone. This is still a relatively young team, having just been made about 2 months ago, just finding the last 2 members. So to make it to this point, Jen, I think that there is a lot to be proud of, and especially to going on forward, there is a lot of room for growth, and hopefully we can get to see that next year.
Yeah, NBG brought such fire to the start of these maps, but it's eventually YFP that adapt and overcome. NBG are so flank heavy, not going for market, always going through mid, wrapping around the site, taking angles around YFP. But YFP deal with pressure, and not just like the physical pressure, but mental pressure, how high stakes these scenarios are, and YFP are more likely to clutch and go through thrifties and stuff like that than NBG are. I still think these were very close rounds until the end where the economy got smushed.
Exactly, because when you look at it, who are they playing against? You're still playing against Teeth that played at the highest level in Tier 2 so far with what we mentioned before, Moist Moguls and MXS. You have Stellar that made it into Tier 1 at 100 Thieves. Physic has been playing for the longest time in Tier 2, grinding into 2021 Gauntlet, trying to make it into Partnership or VCTs. And then Penny and Jakey also played pretty much at the highest level. Remember, Penny played for version 1 back in like Reykjavik in 2021. Jakey played in Cloud9 most recently. So when you look at the comparison, you're comparing apples to apples from experience, and one team from YFP versus NBG, you're definitely going to give it for YFP. But for NBG at least to make it competitive on their best map, although it has been losses against them, against rankers, it still shows that what they came and what they prepared, they could still put up a good fight. They just need to make sure that the communication is a little bit better so they can really close out these moments where they have a strong advantage.
And for YFP, I think this was a really strong way to be ending off this series, because this isn't done for them yet. This was the lower finals. Now they have to be moving on into that grand finals to be going up against what I dare to say is like the best team that we have here in stage 3, at least what they've gotten to show us so far. So to be able to win the Sunset, a map that we've praised them for in the past year, Jen, I think is great, because that momentum and that confidence, I think, is what they need to go toe-to-toe in that grand final match.
Yeah, what YFP need to do is to be flexible. And with the experience that they have in the game, they could play any agent, any scenario, any map that you throw at them. But they're also able to adapt to what is being thrown at them. Heavy flanks, these kind of unexpected, aggressive barrier down pushes from NBG. They've handled that very well. And to also build confidence, because the first couple of rounds of YFP at the start of Bind was very slow, very, let's figure out what NBG are made of. And then YFP crafted a solution from there. And that's what I like. YFP are very intelligent, and they take rounds to build up to that, to blossom to that point. But you can't doubt YFP and their comeback potential.
Definitely not. We've seen it. We're probably gonna keep seeing it. There's a lot to be done here. As for us, it's gonna be a short break before a quick interview with YFP, and then get the grand final started. Stay tuned. 2-0 victory. YFP are on to the grand finals to go up against Rankers. And on the line for a quick interview, we have none other than Jakey. Congratulations. I'll make it real fast. 2 quick questions. First off, kicking off that series, triple OT on Vine to take the win. Where was the adaptation to try and make sure you guys could come out on top? And do you think that momentum helped you going into Sunset?
I mean, it wasn't much of like an adaptation for us. We just know that Bind is one of our weaker maps, especially on defense side. We've known that from scrims and stuff like that. So we just knew to trust in our calling and play together as a team. And we were probably going to come out on top if we just were pretty much perfect since we only had so many rounds to spare. So it was just like a really good way for us to kick our confidence off for the series.
Fantastic. And I love to hear about that confidence now, especially going into this grand finals. You're going up against Rankers, the team that knocked you down into this lower bracket in the first place, and one of the more unorthodox teams that we have here in Challengers. How are you feeling about this grand finals and this rematch that you have ahead of the team?
It's going to be tough since they got to watch us play all the way here. So, I mean, even if they watch that, they're probably just a bunch of ranked players, so they're probably just playing for fun. They got no pressure playing at home, so I think they're just going to play for fun, and we have to adapt to their playstyle fast, otherwise we're not going to win. But I think we could do it.
All right, well, I'm definitely looking forward to you two playing. Hoping we get a 3-mapper. Best of luck in the grand finals, Shaky. I'll let you go get ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I cannot wait to get this grand final started, but of course we have to give YFP a quick moment to rest and get everyone in the server. So we're going to be taking a break. It's you an opportunity to get some snacks, and we're going to be right back.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
I think we're gonna be pretty good, if not better than we were last split. I think we kind of like fell short at the finish line, so I think bringing in someone like Stellar is gonna be pretty good for us as a team, because obviously he has a lot of experience and he can even help Physic IGL, so I think it's gonna be really good for us, and hopefully we do a lot better than we did last year.
Crosses to the site though, there will be a spike plant now. Okay, that's a bit scary. Shonex had to reposition and Bob. Okay, caught unawares. Now no more rifles left as Jake V2. We're going to be looking at a post plant where Willie has it off angle to play from.
No rifles.
Jake was probably heard crossing here. A rifle, but the pistols are going to work, surely! 6 HP there left for the breach, and Jake has to go pretty mental here. 22 points of health. Okay, hang about. Bosalt, not expecting that emergence there from Jake. Time is short. Time is real short. This is an unreal
Obviously, we're a team that we don't really scrim, and even though this is like out of the ordinary, it's kind of our strong suit because we're a wild card. We can win like matches that no one expects us to win. We're just hoping to like keep our momentum, because momentum matters a lot. Right? We're kind of like a force to be reckoned with. We're scary right now to most people.
Information about me, but Poppin is poised to take them down. One is good, two would be great.
No, Nightblood still wants to push this.
I get pinched here at the top of mid. Oh, Poppin with 4.
Or is 4 hey, let's just fight them back.
They're going for this. They're going to go for this anyway. They know this.
It is time for the grand finals of Stage 3 of VALORANT Challengers North America. YFP going up against Rankers. Jen, to see these teams fight out through our playoff bracket, get into this grand finals, and a rematch to boot, it's going to be a fun time ahead.
Yeah, you heard Jakey in the interview saying, man, Rankers got to watch us play, maybe download some of our strats, but how do you prepare against a team like Rankers who just play so like strange compositions, or at least out of the norm? But that's what we're looking forward to, the rematch of that semifinal where Rankers took them all the way to 3 and ended up winning, but it was very swingy maps, like 13-5 and then what, 13-2 or 13-2 at some point for Rankers. Like, it's gonna be, this match is gonna depend heavily on who got their best maps.
Yeah, and I mean, in the interview talking about Rankers being able to get being able to download, but it's been said by the team, it's a team that doesn't really scrim. It's a team that they go out there. They're these top ranked players, hence the name of the team, and being able to really just go toe-to-toe with these top players, which is going to be so much fun. And I think with that being said, a lot of pressure going on to YFP for this series, Vans. They're the known quantity. They're the signed team. These are the players that we've been following, and they're the ones that have these scrims. They have the IGLs. Like, there's so much now ahead of them in this grand finals.
Yeah, we heard Poppin doing those interviews before we just came back from the break, right? That they're a team that doesn't scrim, just as you've mentioned, and then they're playing against this YFP team that is prepared, that is a team that takes it seriously on scrims or whatnot. But I think it's also one of those moments where you just throw those strats out the window, and when it has to come down to those moments where you have to play the ranked style, just like Stellar just did in this 1 versus 3, they could still have what it takes to go toe-to-toe. I feel that maybe what happened in the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, was a slight overcook in terms of pulling out new compositions on Split, where you could play, the most basic comp as you can since Split came back, and then still have the greatest victory as you can, just like YFP did yesterday, right, against their opponents. So I think there's a great chance for redemption, just like YFP did against Blue Water, and a great chance for them to learn from those mistakes from Rankers, and sometimes to just not think about the timing of util and just shoot back.
Yeah, a lot of util kills even on the stats, but Stellar, known for that leadership on 100 Thieves, very calm demeanor, very sharp, and his ability to clutch in these solo scenarios is so impressive. A lot of rounds were won because Stellar made the impossible possible, and all those years of experience in Valorant, even extending to other FPS titles, is the reason why any team would want Stellar in the lineup, including for his breach. And we'll see if but Rankers don't really utilize a breach as much, so I'm wondering if Stellar could really give a huge advantage on certain maps to YFP, but it all depends on if they got their strengths picked.
I mean, I'm definitely looking for these veteran voices on the team. Is of course ideal for the team, but Stellar being able to have that experience too, and for all these smart Valorant players to put their heads together to go up against this Rankers team, because when we are looking at this team that is self-proclaimed and proud of the fact they're making it to this point with no scrims, it's because of their game sense in this game. Not not even just that interview that we heard before from Poppin, but even when I got to talk to him yesterday, he's talking about, Vans, the hours that they put into the ranked servers. They're ready for anything. Their plans can change, concepts can change. They've got it on lock. It doesn't matter what anyone throws at them.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning before, right? Like Kane, Knights, Poppin, all reached rank 1 at some point in the ranks. Exter had 3 accounts simultaneously in the top 10 at some point in Radiant accounts. So they definitely have and put time in the server in a different way. And this is honing individual skills. And that, when it comes down to like the moment of chaos, is you kind of just know, okay, well, I'm going to flash around this corner as a Yoru. You as the other guy from behind just know to turn around and turn back and go for just great trades. But the other thing too that's huge is these individual prowesses coming out from, Kane Zero or other players overall like Exter. They're just able to find good duels, and a lot of these moments, individual duels and those microseconds where the second player is going to swing out, they're just going to get that pick as well, because if you're not going to be as synchronized to play against a team like Rankers in these duels, you're losing.
And to enable these duelist-like players like Exter and Kane, you need very good initiators, and Poppin brings that. Not as many agents, like a large agent pool like Stellar has, but Poppin, a lot of Sky, a lot of Sova, flash heavy, info heavy, and he has a very high clutch percentage due to just that chaotic style of playing so much ranked. You're used to this chaos, you're used to being disorganized, and that's where Rankers can really thrive, is to play so unpredictably. But Poppin can bring some sort of stabilization when they want to have a more unified push. So look out for a Sova and look out for a Sky.
So I heard that you actually bought the Poppin guide, Sierra. Have you opened it yet to start learning?
No, you haven't. I haven't joined the Discord yet because I didn't want to be outed that I went and bought it after the win yesterday. How can you do this to me?
What do you mean? I mean, I would have bought the guide, but I mean, I gotta feed a kid, so I can't yet. I need some extra pocket cash.
There was a sale, and I'm bad at Valorant. Like, what more can I say here? Come on, all right.
Send that to me real quick, though.
Right.
Me too.
I'm gonna hide my face. We're gonna get the maps up here. We got a grand finals ahead of us. We saw these two teams face off in the upper semis. So for expectations of what's here, we already know a little bit, Jen. We already know a little bit, and we're already kicking it off a run back on Sunset.
Such a deja vu. And then the advantage that Rankers get is that first ban. So getting rid of Abyss, that's always their first ban, but it's the same map set as a semifinal. 13-5 on Sunset for Rankers, 13-8 on Ascent to YFP. Then our final map ended 13-2 for Rankers. So see what I mean by very swingy maps. When YFP lose, they lose hard. Their strengths are very clear, but their weaknesses are even clearer, and Rankers are bringing them back exactly to the point where they beat them down. Not only beat them down, but buried them 6 feet under. And that final map, 13-2 on Split. We'll see if we even get to that point, what YFP learned.
It almost feels like the last two teams rather that are looking to play against Rankers are kind of just giving it somewhat an easy run for Rankers, because if you think about Rankers versus Nightblood Gaming yesterday, it was the same maps that they faced off against each other during the group stages, where it was a victory that came out from Rankers, and you think you're able to have the revenge arc by running through the same gauntlet, the same maps, and then think that you correct your mistakes. But you have these moments as well where Rankers find these gaps as you go round per round. The closer the games are going to be, the more Rankers are going to find opportunities and exploit those. And now it seems YFP is going to try to attempt to do the same thing, to play the exact same map pool as they did versus Rankers the last time they faced off against each other, I think in like the quarterfinals or even on semifinals. Yeah, semis, uppers. So I don't like the looks of it for YFP, to be honest.
I have to agree with you, because when you're looking at Rankers coming on into this as well, it's a confidence that they're able to grow by taking down these teams that we've been talking about, taking down all these other teams that we've talked about so much, and then going through the upper bracket into that grand finals. Well, then it's a confidence that's going to be sky high, and it's a YFP. I feel like the odds are stacked up against them. The one thing that they do have is these heads that they can put together for this prep to try and go for a different outcome here. They are also, Jen, coming off of a great momentum in that last Sunset, something that even if it was a rough loss to Rankers before, they did just have a strong showing on it. So I'm really looking to that first map for what pace, what momentum they're bringing to the series.
Yeah, one boon for YFP is, yeah, they're a slow warm-up type of team, but they did just get their warm-up against Nightblood Gaming, and they ended on a really strong foot. They went from more of a passive defense to one that really leads with a proactive approach. As we go to our agent select, is it going to be the return of the Yoru and the ISO for rankers, and have YFP really download a solution for that?
I mean, the solution's what I'm looking at, because for rankers going for this Knight's Clove, Extra, the Canes are ISO, Vans, we know this, but still, like, there are capabilities out there. That's still a tough core to crack.
I also feel like a map is really good for YFP on this to play against an ISO where, you know, Penny's been using a judge a lot. You play a lot of shorties, insta-break the shield and fight back, where Kane Zero likes to play a lot of solo and pick solo fights. I think this is a great opportunity if you are isolated against Kane and you're solo anchoring a spot. There's a chance to gamify this against Kane.
I see what you did there, the isolated up against Kane. Nah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah? Was that on purpose or just like having a little accident?
Isolate him, win the 1v1s, cripple him, make him use a cane.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
All right, we don't condone anything Vance is saying right now, but no, we got a grand finals to get to, Sunset. See if YFP
It's time to get the grand finals popping.
All right, just go ahead. Just go ahead and take it, guys. Go ahead. It's yours.
Talking about Kane like you don't have one right now. Let's get into our first map.
I'm good.
Rankers are undefeated on this map, but YFP rocked out on their last match. So we'll see if they could really push Rankers to the edge, but it's all about playing against a composition that you don't really practice against.
YFP looking very weak-sided on this B site to start in this pistol to the grand finals. Thief holding it alone. The camera is really just trying to watch on late pushes from the split into the B site. Here's the exec.
Rankers one step at a time. Look, what? Just shooting through the smoke, Thief? But they left their market open. YFP get cut from behind, and Kane is ready to follow up and has an engagement in mid to worry about, and is just going to hold that down while Rankers play this front to back, and it's just Knights, Kane, and Poppin versus Jake. He's already been hit by the ISO vulnerable. Here comes Kane to finish off what he started, and it's Jake with that shot. Right click. This is the classic from him. The clutch, though, he's running out of time. But keep an eye on what Jakey could do for YP in the future. It's still just a very aggressive start for Ranked.
And that's what we're talking about too on YFP. How do you prepare against like this isolation of, you know, just not only on Kane, but also on Knights. The same game plan came in for Ranks to plant towards B site, trying to flip the map and push towards Boba and not allow YFP to really set up on a retake, because that's the strong suit of this breach neon that YFP brings out. The camera was even set to watch up towards the staircase, yet you still have to win duels in the head-to-head battles, and you can't. So a great pistol to start for Ranker. It's a great read for YFP, but I think they're slowly realizing that it's just like the first time that they met against this team. It's a tough team to play against when they are in your face the way that they are, and sometimes you just don't get the util out. You just need a fight.
You're not having a paranoia because you're not running an Omen. If you're Rankers, it's just a lot of extra flashes, what space, what engagements you can force based off the shock darts and the util that Rankers have, and just walking in without these blinds. It can hurt Rankers in the end, and just shooting through the smoke somehow still works out for our offense. Still get the plant down.
Still very good damage. Thief still has a Sheriff that could do a lot of damage with this on the flank, especially when there's no trip watching it. So the more that Physic does here and to keep him towards the shop, there's an opportunity for this flank from Thief to happen.
Rangers know how to hold those angles on the post plant, but Thief on the flank is a threat they got to worry about. He'll be able to change up his Sheriff. Didn't manage to get it out in time. 4 for Knights. And yes, he only plays Clove, but he's damn good at it.
4 kills in that round and 3 on the previous one. You're already moving forward into a not dead yet. Your ult here on this Clove in the next round, and that is going to be very important to carry through your bonus. And you know it's potentially going to be fairly aggressive for Rankers, taking advantage of that ultimate. Kane moving forward with a Bucky, and also not even, I was gonna say, like, maybe he's not buying armor into it, and finally he does. I was gonna say, he's just gonna try to double tap and fight. But they are still, no matter what, staying as a group at the very beginning to avoid the initial util from YFP, but they're definitely not afraid to push back against this one way.
Yeah, having a breach, YFP can do a lot of suppression this A main. And Jake just had the initial spot and thought he'd just jump out with the paranoia. But he still gets outnumbered, even while rankers were blinded. Now they just step forward and hope to wrap around the site. And Stellar, I don't know if he can turn around in time. No flank for YFP either. Just this one member isolated, an elbow. Penny removed. Stellar just waits at the backside for the inevitable, and it's a 3K. He stayed at the same spot and just waited to get vision. And gives YFP a chance.
Plant right away so you can still use your... Oh, wait, he missed the plant. That's a timing to push forward from the defenders, but they don't. But you get this plant, you have the ult, even if you die, so there's an opportunity to still win this for Knights.
Even with the ult, YFP Knights doesn't know if they made it into the site. Wins the 1v1, and then the other. The Zippo clutch for rankers, and especially Knights, who has been lights out for this team.
We're going to get to a point where Knights is going to have his ult for the whole half because he's looking unstoppable. Already within 10 rounds, 3 rounds, 10 and 0. I had my numbers mixed up, but all to say that Knights is definitely unstoppable. In the clutch, in the entries, in the post plant, you have to stop this guy first before anybody else at this point. As we're praising Kane and Extra and the space that they're able to gain, it's all about Knights so far.
Even when Stellar had the 3K, it was so winnable for YFP. Now they want to have power in numbers. They know rankers have sent their full team this way, and Jakey couldn't do it all on his own. Now he's got a squad, and when they have mostly sheriffs, YFP could use all the help they can get. And just off the initial info from their Sova, YFP are confident to grab this orb and have an overdrive. It's a big boon for Penny. Does it get invested this round, and how much damage can it do to rankers?
And this will be a big one and done. Just one kill will be good enough, especially with the orb that you just mentioned that they picked up. And what a clear from Knights. Dude, this is insane. This is insane. I mean, it's still an anti-eco, but the heads-up play, look at him. Just even ahead of the recon dart. Look at these shots.
I want the aim pack that Knights uses. Like, whatever lessons he's selling on Valorant, me and Sierra are on board. We need a Knights guide for sure. How to click heads like that. He makes it look easy.
Oh my god, it's so insane. And if there's anything in terms of movement and shooting, maybe Knights doesn't have a guide yet, but Xander does. I know they were watching it here on Sean's stream earlier on, so make sure you guys check that out. That said, though, this was still an anti-eco though against YFP. So YFP, they have money, they have that ult that they could leverage, but the amount of times here that they're going for the immediate fault line down and then getting the early control has not been working out because rankers are not afraid to just stay behind this at the very beginning and just re-hit right after.
Defensive Sova is able to help YFP get a sense of security at this point, but this time it's Poppin that gets early info. YFP is just gonna let them have the orb, especially when rankers, they just push in as a team, and rankers force you to play perfectly.
It's
you to have insane aim. If you slip up once, Knights is probably gonna headshot you based on just the scoreline that he has already, but good concuss from YFP. Penny moves on in, but rankers defend against it. It's the firing squad as YFP just play behind obstacles. Rankers jump through all the hoops and they keep every member alive. Despite YFP having the early stuns, it's now a plant that goes through and a 2v5 that feels impossible.
They gotta save, and that's what I'm talking about. The method behind the madness. It almost looks like they're always holding W, and they want to sell this to you, chat, saying that they don't know how to play organized Valorant, yet they do. Just because of that lurk coming up from Inspire and throwing those cages, it pushes and pulls Stellar away. Yes, maybe he's already used his fault line, but he cannot add extra util to help the two players into elbow and play close range because they're going to have to be afraid and be mindful of the top middle. And as they do that, it opens up the area for Poppin to move towards short. It isolates the 1v1 for Kane Zera and the kill contract. And then the shield also defends you from Penny's overdrive. And then they still are about to win this round with a flawless because Knights could also be the first entry, die, revive himself, and then get all the trades, and then the 5-0 scoreline. This is a very good manipulation of that last round on the attack side of rankers, and it definitely should change their names. They're not basically ranking and pugging this game. There is still some great Valorant and some great displacements that they're creating with the compositions that they're running.
Yeah, they're the masters at their own game, whether it's the Clove or the ISO. And we casted some of these players, especially Knights and Kane in that Solar tournament, and just how good they were thriving in that chaos. And even with these teammates, even though they don't scrim, rankers are on a tear, and the map control using the neon wall, and as soon as that drops, Kane full sail ahead, taking care of that Sova. Limited info now for YFP, as now they have to re-clear through mid. Ranker's going to take advantage of maybe pulling attention towards the center of the map to check out the A site.
And right now you can see it from the minimap. Thief is still walking around, so he can't really spot, and finally he does so. So he checks his camera, it gets spotted, they break it, and then they're pushing players across the A site. Instantly, you have the ult from Jake, so they overreacted on the camera. That spotted some players, and all of Rankers are now pivoting back towards the B side, although they have zero information, so they have to still be smart on the clear.
This B site's going to be completely open. Because Inspire's watching the cross, you give them so much confidence. So you're doubting YFP are going to rotate through spawn, but they are going to do just that because they don't have sights on mid. It's going to take a while for YFP to reinforce B. Plan doesn't go through yet, and Inspire wants to get ahead of the game. Wants to be part of the action. Could be getting backstabbed by Penny. Oh, the door is closed. That's unlucky. As Penny just has to wait for everyone to be in position, mainly if Stellar can Rolling Thunder and let Penny dash in. So Rankers want to get eyes on Market. They're going to at least see that breach. It's when the trigger's going to be pulled for YFP, but not going for a Rolling Thunder, I guess. Time is running out.
Yeah, 3 versus 5. Poppin still has 100 Fury, so they're afraid that he's just going to play off-site too, so it would sort of be a waste, especially with how Ranker's been shooting so far. I think you want to get as much as an advantage, as you can, or at least try to make it as even as possible, because in a 3v5 with the way that Rankers have been playing, I don't think they're as confident to be able to retake the site. They need to try to play some 5v5, something that is able for them to be a little bit more passive, to punish the forward positioning that Rankers are currently doing, because a lot of these fights that Knights is winning with everybody else here from Rankers is like this mid-range, just around the corner fights. If somehow at some point you can get maybe an operator out and also avoid Kane 0 with a double tap with your operator, then maybe you're giving yourself a better chance here to play, 1, a player advantage, and 2, a passive play and a stronger retake play.
YP went for a timeout much earlier than this win streak in their previous match. And thinking they have the solution, it's just about execution. And it's tough to prepare for a team like Rankers. The numbers are at least even, but a big ult advantage for YFP is they could just keep playing for retake with a Hunter's Fury, with the Rolling Thunder.
And this is big. The pings are coming out too, so Inspire grabs the orb. Players hit tab over a YFP. They know that Inspire has the ult, and then they ping the body of where Jakey's at. So they're like, okay, well, be careful with that. We have to make sure that we still isolate that part. So the owl drone at the minute, but it's going to miss him. Inspire has a timing potential to win a 1v1 or fight the 1v1 against Physic and still throw the hat.
Yeah, Inspire just needs to buy time. Just get their attention, willfully take.
That's a nice Sonic.
Now's the attention of both initiators.
Exactly. But with stalling and not allowing Inspire to get the ult, they could still play within the site here because their positions are not given away.
Jakey playing in the smokes, about to encounter Poppin, who sneaks up on him. And now the Rolling Thunder, the retake at the corner. It's up to Kane to shut it down, and he does. And YFP haven't had a successful approach to dealing with these agents in the corners. Even through the Rolling Thunder, I don't even know if it hit Kane. Didn't look like it did, and yeah.
Denton Kane got a freebie, even a 2-piece. It was like it's KFC Tuesday, pretty much. And that's Rankers now at 7. I was going to say maybe it was a wasted ult from Inspire when again, the goal was trying to get the ult onto the body of Penny in front of A main. But getting that ping, knowing where Fizzy was trying to run away to try to save his weapon, to just hunted him down. And you see the economy is not always the greatest. They could still have somewhat of a bite. Jake even has to go for a glass cannon Phantom to try to win this one here for YFP. But man, this is not the type of you asked the question. We all asked the question. Hey, YFP's warmed up to play against MBG. They should be good now, right? Nope. The advantage here is that Rankers was able to watch you play the whole half, the whole first map, and they're taking full advantage of your setups.
Doesn't help that Knights has just been a laser. Like you're barely trying to jump spot or put Penny into aggressive positions. I mean, he tried. He even had the concuss, and then you had the kill contract, you had the Knights ults, and Penny's dead. Just was trying to be aggressive too early and elbow. Gets caught. YFP are stuck at A, not knowing if that was coming that way, so Rankers get a weaker site at B to take. And it's again these corner holds from Rankers. And YFP just needing to land that perfect shot to just weaken this guard. But it's 3 for Kane. Flawless for Rankers.
I mean, Jack, Rotmore, Nate Shot, somebody give me like one last minute off-season matchup of your team in Tier 1 versus this Rankers right now, because I want to see if they can continue this type of playstyle and shenanigans against a Tier 1 team. This is insane what I'm currently seeing from Rankers so far.
Yeah, Kane was a huge star in that SOAR Valorant tournament that we casted. Just a lot of Neon, but also these ISO picks on Yoru. We had fun casting them on Haven, and just how much they can dismantle such organized and structured teams. Just really not doing anything too crazy, just quite literally being a death ball type of team that are so mechanical, and on the post plants have their crossfires and will play proactive. If there's no smoke standing in their way, Rankers will not cower at any point of the game.
Yeah, and this is YFP just trying to figure out what the hell they could do, because even though it comes down to just trying to shoot against Rankers, they just can't. But remember, this is also these moments where, because Knights and Kane X are playing so aggressive and having these mid-range fight opportunities against YFP, there's still not that second player for YFP to instantly trade. So that micro adjustment is still available, and for young fraggers like Rankers, they'll have that reaction time to be able to adapt and micro adjust their crosshair to get that second kill. You definitely need to stay and keep a second player at all times for YFP on the defensive half so far. And looking at it from this timeout, look how passive it is for now. Trying to fight back with Neon Breach has not been working for the A side, and as they fall back so much, Rankers is going to take full advantage of that, because they haven't been fault line, they haven't been a Neon, there's no one-way smokes really blocking them towards the end, so Rankers is just going to take full advantage of it.
Rankers didn't even lose an offensive round when facing YFP in that semifinal. It ended 13-5. YFP got to at least kick things off on offense, and that's why it was a closer half. But Rankers are a different beast. Now the kill contract will pull one. Stellar is still in the lineup. Can't say the same about Thief, but Stellar still having a flash. Once all the pins are set up, YFP weren't set up yet. Inspire gets the jump, takes out two, and YFP don't have flashes. They don't have paranoia. It's just Penny and Jakey against the world, and they can't do much. 9-0.
They won't have bodies, they won't have guns, they won't have money in round number 10. This is, again, this is a dismantling by Ranker so far. And I love that it's Inspire pushing out towards Gate and still getting a two-piece of his own. Because at this point, he's the one that's supposed to be the veteran for this team. Has been playing for the longest time and trying to grind into the Tier 1 scene. Had a short stint even as a 100 Thieves player. And then, you know, unfortunately, it didn't work out. I think it was that Eccles moment with him too. In like that whole carousel of rosters that went through 100 Thieves before we saw that roster here that Sean, DDK, and Mike's built. That said, though, he still has it, and he's still not only experienced for the Rankers, but also firepower for the team. And I like that. So now going into round number 10, This is a YFP with a broken econ, as we've just mentioned. Aldrone forces the surprise factor that Penny was trying to do with the Guardian. And you can't, or sorry, on Jakey with the Phantom, but you're going to have to play reactive once again. Look at how much map control they've lost.
Ranker's trying to wrap around. And it's Kane with full util that can just throw out the shield at any point. But Jakey holds the line. And Physic gets a cutoff on the right side. So Rankers
Time to jump.
get pinched. And it's finally around that YFP get an advantage in. Get the start off on a good foot. And even through the decoy getting the trip, that was YFP's signal to swing, and it continues to go their way despite an unfortunate buy. YFP almost do better in these lighter buy scenarios. And now you caught Rankin, or you caught, well, Rankin popping with a knife out. And YFP get one on the board, but it's still looking grim.
And you saw how two players for YFP were just stuck to each other like glue. Again, in those moments where, oh crap, we're playing against Knights, we have to make sure we have that that trade capability. So I like at least the readjustments from YFP going into the advantage that they had in the very beginning of this round. So making sure that their numbers advantage doesn't slip. And quite interestingly enough, we have an operator on the attack side of Rankers. So I don't know if they're going to be or trying to move this as quickly because they have the operator, but hell, it is still the Rankers. So who the hell knows?
Now, how can you enable Thief to get this neural theft online? Just figuring out Rankers before they can sink their teeth in would be ideal, and it's a great start for Penny. And the decoy, there's two yours that come out. Such a risky play. And Penny finds both players trying to enter and stagger in one by one. So unlike Rankers to not flood in as a team.
It is
3v5.
A great call, actually. And we kind of saw that too when you were mentioning Kane and Knights playing together with Washed during the For Those Who Dare event, where, you know, in Mocking's roster, they had such a strong lead, and sometimes you have a little bit of trolling and shenanigans. The half is 9-3, and then they close it out, you know? So I'm not going to take anything away. Also, Knight's still alive. All good.
Spike down A.
Getting a trade is huge, but 2v4.
I got the spike.
So pretty tough, unless Knights could get an ult and a neural theft activated. No corpse in sight for Inspire.
Watch them run.
30
seconds
shadows
left.
From Jakey to just join the squad, as YFP are very sure that A is the site to hit.
So much respect given. Look at all three of them back towards the spawn because they expect a spawn push from Rankers. Now they have they'll just play within the site. Nice little dink to start.
Now hoping to catch the reinforcements. Inspire just kept going and leaves Knights in such a perilous spot. It'll be YFP stealing away another round after just a fantastic initiative from Penny with the double kill off the bat, and he was the only one to go down. So a lot of guns being carried over for YFP.
It's a good round for all of the mistakes for Rankers to happen in that round, though, right? To have the op trying to come out without the double tap to look through. I think he was still trying to look for a pick into elbow and not expecting, you know, just Penny to swing out. And then secondly, Extra's trying to bait out some shots and try to TP away as he gets caught in it. And then thirdly, you know, Inspired still push towards the spawn, but that's the biggest tell. To realize that all of YFP are still playing back as a group, as they are in the back of the A site, or even towards B. Let's say that the plant goes towards B. Rankers can now just play within the site or even play post plant outside of the site and try to win this. So this is continuous conditioning that Rankers is doing here against YFP.
And you expect Thief to be solo anchoring B, but it's Jakey this time who pivots and paranoia to delay. He teleports out as, I don't even know if that was a real Yoru or not. Either way, Jakey is alive and well. Okay, it was the decoy. But still, you just never know.
Yeah, well, it was decoy flash and TP, but he flashed himself as he came out of his TP, so unlucky there. So there's a chance Jakey still survived, but like a Knights.
Oh, nice. He's just so proactive on these swings, and he'll have the ult to rejoin his team or keep committing if he's crazy. He's got the overdrive out of this neon, and Penny slumped down. And it's Rankers that shut every attempt at a retake down. 10-2 half. for Rankers. This may be a quicker day than we thought, and we said it was going to be all about the map picks. It ended 13-5 for Rankers on this map in the semifinal. Will it go to 3 as we are following a similar script in the semifinal in terms of maps?
Yeah. And looking at it too, the fact that you have Rankers, that was a real right play. I don't think I've seen pro play somebody that's just going to crouch under the boxes and say, yo, break my owl drone, and I'm going to swing out towards the back. And Knights was able to get one, created the hiatus in the back of the site out of his ult to allow her pop in to get Hunter's Fury value and really not allow YFP to flood back within the site again. Just a great play coming through, and I think they found more value of that by pushing out towards Boba than pushing out in the back of the A site. So YFP now on the attack side, and Knights is looking for a fight for top mid. Camera looking down towards A side. They have B lane control already, and that's a great start, at least though, with physics with the opener.
It's timing on the swing. Super nice for YFP with that mid control. Pulls Kane to maybe deal with that problem.
Spike down B.
And just getting the spike down for Rankers, and Kane going in deep from mid. YFP is now worries they have flankers to worry about. They got a forward Cypher at B to dismantle, and it's a flash that Inspire can swing out of. The cage comes up, and YFP could trade. They get the spike, and they try to leave, but someone who could cut them off is popping. It catches them with their knives out. The 2K to give Rankers yet another pistol.
The flick on that one onto Thief, though, was dirty. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go take a quick dip in the pool. Just need to clean myself out of that one. I don't shower. Oh, wait, do I? I do. I don't want to out myself either. It's just like Sierra just bought the Pop and Guide gift. But that's it. I gotta say, Rankers on just how Eggster was able to utilize a similar type of playstyle as they did against YFP on Split before. Just being able to be where you could just TP back, help out the teammates, come back towards B main, flash for your B main guy. This is just so good right now where YFP really couldn't get an answer into like default mid-rounding against Rankers.
Rankers just have such good map control. If you give them any pause, they'll just creep up behind you like they did on the pistol. YFP at least benefited from the orb. They're trying to activate their lurk in mid, and Jakey's in position with a paranoia to enable a push at A or to see if they can wrap around. YFP want to go for something unexpected. I mean, not winning the pistol may have doomed YFP in this map, but they gotta pull out all the punches against this team. They do so by just flooding right through market, running from mid, getting some Cypher util, and that reveals Penny. And Inspire gets 2 big picks, doesn't get a chance to reload even with all the smokes. But that is a lot of work done for Inspire. Now his team takes the mantle, retake. With the flash, decoy, Eggster. Going in behind the wall from this ISO with a judge up close and personal. YFP just have Stellar, and even shooting them in the back is not enough. Kane is a menace.
Dude, how do you stop that, though? You're running in behind like 2 shields. You have the convergence wall from Kane. He comes out with a double tap. Extra comes out with a decoy or something like that and jumps in the front, then in the back of the wall, baiting all the shots. And then as everybody's low on bullets, they're just getting overwhelmed by the whole W retake of Rankers. And dude, this is... They're breaking the way Valorant should be played so far. This is crazy. This is going back to phase 2021 with the Schmeeg. But this is also playing the Schmeeg without agents that are really Korean. Well, I guess the Euro could create that space for you. But when you're TPing as a Euro versus a Jet Dash, it's not giving you the same value on your retake capabilities or your aggression that you're trying to do. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Rankers so far. As much as people may not like it, to see how they're just breaking the mold of the meta of how Valorant should be played in the cleanest way. They make it happen. They make it work.
Inspired. He's so good, but finally Penny activates and disposes of the problem.
Here.
And Eggster is gonna back up there with the Outlaw. Market control, Rankers. Ready to retake at the corner. It's just Penny with the judge and doesn't want to let a chance for them to walk in with any stuns or any walls, and going 1-for-1's not the worst. Even numbers. YFP hoping to stay hidden. While the spike has already been tapped. YFP with the aftershock. Nothing left in the back pocket for Stellar. Spike doesn't even get halfway. Dexter's going past the smoke with an outlaw. And here's Kane with the judge. And gets shot through the wall. And YFP somehow survive to tell the tale of another round.
And you'll take that at least here for Rankers. It is a bonus round that they dropped 3 weapons on top of that. Now going into their ult with that, how much damage Kane was able to do to in the last few rounds is very similar to how Knights was able to snowball right into an ult ASAP. So now you have a kill contract that you could use. He was going to go for an outlaw knowing that the econ's low for the opponents, but I think this is a better choice here to go with the ult and play the Vandal in the Gulag. And again, I think what Bren really drafted up here as who we thought would be a good agent, and ISO comes out of it later. Riot's been listening. Now Kane's proving to us that what Bren cooked is so OP.
And look at where Exter is with the Bucky and kill contract. Kane versus Penny. Oh, and that really hurts YFP. Not being able to have Penny go in clear sights.
The ball's on ISO. Well fought, sucker.
And it's not, when it rains, it pours for YFP. Now losing Stellar, you don't have flashes, just anything to get into sight with besides recon. Paranoia hits poppin'. YFP can't capitalize on that either. Pops out of the smoke. Thief trying to get to the neural theft corpse. The drone may have spotted the top of his hat. Well, I guess he did just throw it. His bald head was spotted. Rankers already throwing out their ISO util. Shock bolts to clear the back box. Thief forced to engage. And just quick shots. You have to play perfect against a team like Rankers in these mechanical duels. And that'll be it. 13-3 and Sunset. The map pick from Rankers. Up next, we'll have Ascent, and that'll be YFP's last hurrah.
That is insane. Rankers picking Sunset, their strongest map. I think it shows it for a reason too, but again, we get into a point where yes, you warmed up, you played against Nightblood Gaming as YFP, but it still ends up the same result. A very one-sided for a team here for Rankers, and they're one map away of you mentioned here. We're winning stage 3 against all odds.
Against all odds, but can YFP talk to the back room? Can they get composed? It's just about the clutch scenarios, and we know YFP are made of exactly that. But yes, we're gonna throw to a break. When we see you, we'll have the set ready.
fix.
Well, they didn't get 13-0'd, which is probably the only victory that YFP gets in that first map, because Rankers, I mean, Vans, they were not messing around. It's grand finals time. They're out there. They're shooting like their lives depends on it. 13-3 victory to be starting this run back.
What was it, like 9-0 before we saw some life coming out of YFP, taking like 1 or 2 timeouts before it even happened. So that for sure is the saving grace, the light at the end of the tunnel, or the silver lining rather, is that they're able to salvage some rounds to not get annihilated on that map. But then again, this was also a map that's supposed to be super comfortable here for YFP. But when these guys are just shooting nonstop, and it just, there's nothing you can do. I mean, look at how everybody's blinded every single time. Even players in the back here for Rankers are getting blinded as they're pushing forward, but it doesn't matter because the 2 players in the front are still doing their job. I really don't know what type of answer YFP could have here, especially going on their map pick on Ascent.
I just think, I thought Rankers were going to have issues, you know, not playing a breach and just putting all the eggs in just a lot of dependence on Yoru flashes and stuff. But what was so good is the confidence in the movement of Rankers and how well they were especially able to play off of the ISO utility, whether it was not playing a normal style of VALORANT, kind of playing behind a wall like tank DPS support style, or playing off the undercut, which induces the fragile state in YFP, and that's why they were also falling over so fast. Never mind that Rankers felt like they were getting headshots on every swing they got. It was so impressive, the mechanical skill, but also how they're able to utilize this ISO.
Yeah, you have questions about like the comp and how they're gonna get stuff done. They don't care. You're not familiar with Rankers game, or at least like you weren't familiar. Like there's nothing that can be done if they're just, I don't know, they peak with this confidence and they back it up with the shots. And for YFP, there wasn't an answer to that. There's not really enough game planning around that. Even when they're up in the first kills, Vans, it was just something that they weren't able to contend to with these players that were able to just take it back. And we saw a rough Sunset loss from them last time, so it is, you know, reminiscent, but I'm curious then looking on where we'll get to see those adjustments, because they had to have picked this if they feel confident about this in some sense, even if we don't get to see that change to be kicking things off.
I just think the previous scoreboard kind of just told the story too, where the amount of times rankers were successful here in these pulse plant scenarios on their attack side, just because YFP are not giving that chance to really set up on a retakes and really just set up at all anywhere, losing a lot of these 1v1s, losing a player ahead of time before they even try to go for retakes. A lot often in these moments they're like on a 3v4 or a 4v5 or something like that, where they can't convert back because there's just too many bodies for rankers. Even just one body is good enough for rankers to win the round for them. So a great job for rankers to just isolate everybody for YFP. We're going to have a similar story though going on to Ascent, because you're going to have a very similar comp potentially here for rankers, with the exception of Kane Zero playing a jet instead of an ISO, but the gist of it is still going to be that same type of aggression.
I'm expecting a strong matchup in the jet department of Penny versus Kane. Still the Yoru being brought in, still going to be the story of Knights on the Clove. But Ascent, or for rankers, it's been so much behind how they enter the site and the confidence and they just winning every duel. There's been so many first bloods in their favor off these just initial engagements. YFP need to have these strong starts and cannot afford any mistakes because rankers are going to run them over.
At least when we're looking at Ascent for the next map in the series, this wasn't a 2-0 loss then for YFP to get knocked down. This was a series that went all three last time they met, and it was an Ascent that was positive for YFP in multiple ways. We were talking about how strong their Sunset was. Maybe if we didn't even get to see that on display, Ascent is where we really got to see, hey, there is a series on our hands here. This is where we also got to see a really big step up from Thief the last time around Van. So it's something that they have the capabilities to slow down these rankers players. And this is where we really did get to see more of that strategy of theirs come to light.
Yeah, I think the positive thing about it is the layout of Ascent too, when you don't have like the ability to flash as well as you can to really get into these sites, or just to have individual sites. You have to be a little bit more proactive on splits. You have to be more proactive of working around the map. And this is a great opportunity for players like Physic, for example, with an Odin with a recon dart to play. Like, it's great opportunities for you to play a little bit more passively and get good value before you have to play that type of retake against a team like Ranker. So they I expect YFP to still be able to put up a good fight, but man, this is a different Rankers even from the last time they played against YFP in the upper bracket.
But this could be a more reinforced YFP playing a double Sentinel around Deadlock from Stellar, Thief with the usual Cypher. You're not going to have as many like blinds. Yes, you still have the Omen blind, but you're not going to have like a Breach or a KO or just, your usual KO here. So less info off of that, but more about just delaying the Rankers entry, maybe playing out of sight, letting them come in. But we need stronger retakes from YFP because they may have a lot of bodies left on the retakes, but just Rankers also play proactively. They don't kind of just sit on the site. They like to extend out of it. They like to play unpredictably. So that's been hard for YFP to keep up with.
I mean, where my worry is for YFP for Ascent, two players that we've talked a lot about, Eggster and Poppin. The last Ascent series from them wasn't necessarily the greatest, and it's already something that we've gotten to see in today's series that both are really warmed up in the series. So that, Vans, is a scary prospect, because if we're talking about a different look to Rankers and already starting things off, the people that kind of struggled last time are looking better. I mean, this is where I really want to see that confidence from YFP step in, because they had the confidence talking to them before. Like, they had respect for Rankers, but I need that confidence to show up in the server now.
Yeah, and I also think it's a good shout with what Lemon Q was talking about before. I think it's very similar to the YFP versus Blue Otter that we were presenting yesterday as a head-to-head between the duelists, where Penny likes to play more of a jet instead of a Yoru. So having that lack of like the extra flashes of a Yoru to the get at a gel free card here that Yoru could also bring, just like Jet. It's also something that's going to be a detriment to what Rankers are currently bringing into this game with their hyper aggression. So hopefully Penny will be able to find still some opportunities with, I'd like to say an operator on the defensive side as soon as possible, but then as well for if he has to be able to escape, there's still some people to support. I think the buddy system is going to continue to be super important for YFP as a win con.
I mean,
I think
Go ahead.
YFP are just really good at clutching, just like I can't clutch the pause there. But YFP have played at deficits before. Like how many clutches have we seen out of Stellar, like in these pistol rounds or from Jakey? Like we made montages off of YFP being able to come back from dire straits. So I with the experience that they have gone through way too many tournaments, way too many losses to have this affect them. Of course, how much respect they give to rankers is like a different conversation, but this is YFP's map pick, so you got to go into this guns blazing.
I mean, when you're talking about that comeback potential for YFE, I love that call out, because that's not something that we've only just got to see earlier today, just with, hey, we're down by a lot on this map, let's flip it around, take it to a triple OT. But as well, yesterday, they had 4 first kills of Blue Otters 19s and always played at a deficit, finding the win.
True.
So there is hope
On
here.
Split.
Yeah, it was crazy. So heading into Agent Select for Ascent, we've seen these teams, we've seen what these players are thinking of. So going into this, yeah, Vans, not a lot of, changes, but how they play this out, that'll be the real key.
Yeah, and especially YFP starting off on the attack side too. This is the tougher side with the comp that you have, but there's still great ways to get early information, even with a deadlock in your comp. We've seen some great stuff being utilized here by other deadlocks in other games of how much space you're able to, or how much people are able to grab on the net that you throw. So it's not necessarily on space that you're creating, but it's just opportunities for kills for Penny to be a little bit more aggressive to take advantage of these picks. And hopefully they'll be able to do something very similar against a team like Rankers.
I mean, last time YFP on their attack, they were able to string together 7 in a row. So looking for that on their attack. But for YFP, I'm looking for that step up. The YFP we know they can be. Can they clutch this out and take this to a map 3, or is Rankers gonna do what seemed to be the impossible at the beginning of this bracket? Let's head into the map.
Yep, series point for Rankers. Will the ranked Demons win our Challengers Grand Final without dropping a series? YFP want the revenge from that semi-final, and they got 2 Sentinels to try and stop this tidal wave of an offense.
The tidal wave actually starts on the offense for YFP, but they have all 5 players looking to go very quickly rather into the A site. The only thing you have to stop here is Knights with a smoke and a metal. They hear the TP in the first place, and this is the advantage of what you're currently bringing here. The Euro to be able to support TP away if there's a fallback from the attack.
And YFP started off on offense the last time they went to this match too, and it was still 7-5 in their favor. So don't doubt the power of 2 Sentinels on the post plant. They're getting flashed up, but somehow Rankers couldn't take advantage. YFP threw a net just in case Rankers were about to slip into the Cypher cage. But stomping around in heaven is this duelist Kane, and just clearing out and evicting everyone from hell. Even a knife kill from Kane, just disrespecting YFP on the pistol round, and only dropping 1 body is pretty impressive.
And that was a huge shock dart that came from Poppin right into the generator that put Penny down to 4 HP, where they can't double up on the generator. And also, YFP were realizing that their wall was about to expire here towards the door, and they never really had real control back towards A main, so the only real places you could play is within Hell. And everybody gets funneled in there. You see the smoke being thrown down on the attack side, yet it's not enough. Rankers still drop in and play the power of numbers for the trade, and they're able to capitalize on a very clean retake towards the end. While all of that is just to isolate the players pushing forward to not allow YFP to take control towards Heaven, they also made sure they cleared towards Catwalk before going for the engagement back for the retake, so that they don't get backstabbed by any lurks.
There's an outlaw from Knights watching over the A site. Where the smoke is, YFP going to be forced to... Oh, the smoke! Didn't come down fast enough, and Penny didn't have the illusion. Wow. The outlaw gets traded out, and YFP comes storming in, but the Bucky was clipping them down. YFP trade that out as well, and leave themselves with a 1-man advantage with a plant going through. And Spire could be one to prevent that. Planted. Just spotted the cap of Steve.
Wait a moment.
Camera still on the other side of Jen. Inspire doesn't know where that second player is. Based on the plan, he could have made his way into Hell or even into Tree. Those are the 2 options Inspire has to clear with. And YFP, like that, they're just not going to engage into this, but with the high and low, they do so at the perfect time, and it's YFP that take the anti-eco.
Yeah, a little bit of a 3-2-1 swing there for YFP, but also still lined up where there was a chance there for Inspire if he didn't rather drop down the staircase. That said, I like the opening that Knights was able to do. Outlaw out in the open, not afraid here because you're playing against a composition that doesn't have the quickest flash to get you out of your line, so it's a free first pick. But there's overextensions that came through from Rankers thinking that their weapons were going to be good enough against YFP, but this is still YFP that we're talking about here. So some great trade backs coming out from the attack side, and they're able to capitalize and win their thrifty against Rankers. A strong buy that they have into round number 3. The eco that you have on the other side is denied, as it was a Marshall trying to do at least some one-on-one damage that looked like it hit, but it gets denied instead.
Oh, Poppin's just gonna pop out and just get a kill like that against a sheriff. So YFP choke in that moment to continue their streak, but they still have a good round to work with, especially with a deep lurk from Jakey towards B. But YFP are just going to utilize that moment, that scare in mid to push towards A. But this might have made some noise, and Egster sensed it. Now the deadlock wall is going to stop him from getting involved, and Egster's maybe fine with that. As the smoke dissipates, though, Egster could get a backstab either way. Jakey has a lot more to deal with in mid. Trades out, knowing at least the cloaks in mid. Egster in tree. YFP have all the information on the remaining players. It's about getting a safe plan.
Onto Cellar, it's a 2v2 here.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, and with the Outlaw,
Drop in a smoke.
Penny makes the job easier. Now it's Knights. Been a huge MVP for Rankers before. Damage early on, trying to get rid of this trip and just can't. Now gonna try and threaten at least the high ground and be on the same plane of existence. Trying to get behind this team. We're playing in cover. And just the right time, right place, right time for Thief. YFP with a lead.
Some good damage being done though for Rankers there. That's 3 drops. You talked about Pop and somehow just got through the smoke and instant classic kill onto his opponent. But with the rest following up here, Knights continues to be a stronghold, somebody to be afraid of here in these moments. He even got the dink onto Penny. Thankfully, it was just a bulldog through a generator that doesn't fully take him down, if not on a 1v1. And a trip that never got broken after Egster threw out his decoy was a saving grace here for YFP to salvage that round and still win it in their favor. But they don't have like the strongest buys. There's still an Outlaw to fight with, which could do some good damage.
Yeah, you'll lean on that. And Penny dash in and just have the right time of being able to make it into the smoke without getting headshot. Egster's being aggressive.
I don't know if we're gonna need a pause here because Knights had a classic for the whole first 30 seconds into spawn. We'll wait it out though, as there's still action to be played in the rest of this round. Still a 4v4, so we'll continue at least, and we'll wait to see what the admins will say. But Knights is going to move back towards the B site. A great trade-off, at least towards the B main control. And there's still good weapons, and Kane has an operator watching it towards Catwalk, so they've isolated the players close.
When Egster's trying to get the jump on him, and this is why you just can never feel secure in your pushes. You never know if someone's lurking around for Rankers. And look at that, swinging out of the smoke. Knights gets 2. You would never expect Lightning to strike twice in the same place, but when you're playing against Rankers, it can. And Knights pops out of the ult and gets the 3K, and Rankers tie it up.
Wow. And somehow they still converted that when Poppin only has a classic. So from what I'm being told, nobody said anything, so I guess we're good. Knights picking up the weapon. Exactly. I mean, that's right after that. It's like, hey, Egster, just try to get a kill. Give your body away. Let me have your weapon, and I'll just push through the smoke and get my own 2K. I mean, that is a strat and a half, I guess, that you utilize here for Rankers. And they tied up the game on a 2-2 scoreline with a worse buy that they had. Remember, they had a couple of players that didn't have any armor going into that round, and thanks to that, they have a much healthier one going into this one.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury right off the rip. Interesting move from Physic, and Jakey tries to teleport onto the high ground, and that gets shut down. No Hunter's Fury pings, no high ground. First Bloods. YFP threw it at the wall, see what sticks. Neural Theft to get them a lucky shot through the smoke, and
Cage triggered.
Rankers still have numbers.
And Thief has a big responsibility just to stay alive within the site, because the other ones are all the way across towards the A site, and that flash is going to push him away, and that's going to be harder now for Stellar to move in.
Yeah, just for Rankers to know they could be watched as they run back from the A side. YFP could overwhelm them, and Kane shut down. YFP watching these entries. They still haven't planted. So now there's the move. Stu. Already the Clove spotted out. Inspire's coming through mid. That could be the saving grace. They decide to split up or swing together. Looks like split up could be the option, and no info afforded from the camera that gets immediately shot down. At least you know YFP are present on the site, not cowering in the closet. And Nice is just trying to pick
enemy remaining.
the perfect move, the perfect time, and it's Thief with 4.
Big round there coming out from Thief. The lurk to win the 1v1. The hat, I mean, also the net that grabs the players towards the spawn. Exer just stayed crouched in the net the whole round because he was just ADSing down towards the logs, hoping that somebody was going to path in that spot so he could at least hopefully do a one attempt of a fight before he falls down. And then you saw the communication coming out from YFP to get the shock dart onto his feet and take him out. So a great job by Thief once again. We highlighted him going into this round. He was also the top fragger playing against Rankers the last time around here on this map that resulted in a victory for YFP. And he's anchoring up towards the A site. Oh, sorry, he's pushing up with the rest of his team rather towards the B site.
Oh, wait, he threw the flash right onto Boppin, and YFP caught him in a trap. But it's Kane emerging from the market side. That cuts down YFP to just 2. They are successful on the plant. You have 2 players left in 2 lanes, and Jakey gets a head start, swinging on the Kane. Now Knights has tunneled down, wants to approach us with numbers with Inspire, and even in the isolated duel, Knights gets the last laugh. And it's Physic that is wrapped around unexpectedly around boats, thinking both players went to the site, and Inspire, the delayed push, takes care of him.
Just a nice move coming in no matter what, guaranteeing that they're going to be able to get the trade if Knights is going to get backstabbed walking down the staircase. But it seems though YFP are finding a little bit of a weak link because they're realizing that Inspire puts a lot of his setups through the first half here on this A site. So they want to brute force their way in, play the power of numbers to move inside this B site, get a couple of entries, but towards the end, it's still some great shooting that came back here from Knights, retaking with the Guardian. That really dwindles down the numbers that YFP had here in the Pulse plant. Now Inspire going back into a setup towards the B site. Camera looking aggressively into the B main. And looking at Kane Zero, he's looking to push forward. Double control from both duelists into the front of the A main. And they're going to play the bait and switch, you can see from this position. So Extra, he wants to play out in the open. If he gets spotted, he could TP out. Nobody's technically should be clearing that corner. And it should be free kills for Kane that could activate with a dash. And that's where YFP are currently walking towards you.
Yeah, who expects 2 people to be in wine? Like, there's only ever 1, and there he goes. Just 1 now for Kane. Just waiting to play off contact. Because of this close smoke, there's going to be at least a get out of jail free card for Kane if he wanted to leave, but
yeah,
it's YFP that are gonna work. Not really sure where they want to go. They look like they were retreating. They thought the lurk was going towards B.
Here.
They didn't want to push through this smoke because Asova's all the way out towards tiles, and they kind of need him at that point, or if not more useful to try to clear out the spot.
Cover going out.
Taking care of wine was one thorn in their side that YFP do not want poking around, and dashing on in. Penny's a bit delayed, and it gives a chance for Rankers to swing out, but Jakey gets in, makes use. Now with the plant, Jakey's watching over Heaven at 5 HP. a trade would be favorable, but just at least using him for info. Something that Penny and Stellar can work with.
Traveling.
Smoke to maybe isolate that player, and Poppin snuffs it out. Just gonna play hidden as best as they can. He has drone and darts and something procced, and Thief made his way behind him. So that'll be a pretty done round for YFP.
That's a good move for Thief too. Just that you notice here that Poppin's going to overextend his stay on the top of Heaven, just looking for exit kills before he could leave himself and try to save his weapon. And to drop him right away and keeping the econ low for Rankers in the next round is a key moment here for YFP on the attack. You talked about how strong it was here for YFP on their attack side against this team of Rankers, and you can see from the executions and the patience that they bring. We talked about that that double duelist into Wine. Even if you pull out the TP, it's extra paranoia for the side of YFP. You don't know if it's a TP that made it into Wine. You don't know if it's a fake TP. You don't know if it's a TP that retreats the Yoru. So you don't want to push through when the Clove is put in the one-way smoke or the A main smoke, especially when you don't have a Silva to try to clear through that. So they naturally just waited out the smoke, used the time in their favor, forced out the peek from King Zera, and the rest was history. Great advantage play from YFP, punishing the aggression out of Rankers and capitalizing on the round.
I must wait a moment.
And Aries by, and Poppin's gotten good damage with the shock bolts too. So Thief will be brought down to 90. And no one's gone on a win streak. It's been round after round, traded back and forth. Close-up personal Bucky. Jakey with the paranoia teleports right in the middle.
Oh my.
Spike down B.
And Kane just slices down 3 and stifles this push for YFP, leaving the spike out in the open. And Stellar,
I have the spike.
just Kane mid-move. Stellar's able to recover the spike, but has no idea if there's more trouble on the horizon.
No charges.
He's gonna do what he can to delay things and to play safe during the plant. All his hesitation is giving a chance for Rankers to get in.
Yeah, closing the gap too, and we mentioned how good Stellar is in the clutch, the mind that he has, and trying to
30
outmaneuver and
seconds
outgame. At least he has info on the Cypher, but no timing on Knights.
Aw, such an unfortunate read. As Rankers play as such a unit that usually when you kill one, there's just 1,000 more wasps. It's like poking the hive. That's what playing Rankers feels like.
100%.
I don't blame Stellar for thinking that there was gonna be more aggression or just a closer members there. Gives us a 4-4 scoreline, and again, no one's been on a win streak, so I'm surprised everyone can keep buying up.
Thought we were gonna have a double ult in round 2, but it looks like Kane goes for the Phantom instead. Just holding out towards the pizza and trying to find a timing peak. That said, though, I love it. Rankers continue to play out in the open and not afraid to fight here against YFP for their lack of flashes. The only thing that they have is an Omen paranoia to hopefully hit some players as they scale through, and that was the punishment in the last round. Kane Zera staying out in the open, updrafting, Bladestorm, easy kills. Now we'll try the same thing here. A dash from Penny around the Hunter's Fury, and it works.
But the trips all over Jenny, like they put it on top thinking Penny was gonna go for high ground, and he slipped past it, and we needed Penny to show up for YFP to try and duel against the Rankers. 4 versus 2 with a mixed buy from YFP.
Spike planted.
Taking care of the deadlock barrier.
My territory.
It's taken a while. Annihilation from Stellar to pull Poppin up close for a big ol' hug. Kane has already been shooting around through trees, so YFP got the firing squad ready looking at this door.
And when he dropped Poppin, he called info on 2, but not on a 3rd, so Kane still has to be a little bit cautious moving in, but an easy one for Penny towards the end. You mentioned it. Just instead of trying to go for a dash, he went for an updraft, which was perfect to really counteract on Inspire's position in the back of the A site. The entries continuing to be very good for YFP, when in combination at least with the Hunter's Fury. But to try to funnel out behind potential reaction of a Clove Smoke has not been the best way to do it, and surprisingly enough, Rankers are pulling out a timeout here.
It was a 7-5 half. for YFP when they concluded their offense. So just for them to keep this close, to bring that double sentinel to defense and see how they could take the win like they did last time against the Rankers, that is the plan for YFP, and it's up to Rankers to leverage these ults. Where can Exter go with the dimensional drift? He's like to play aggressive at B main, just kind of swinging out of Knights' smokes. Or maybe they want to leverage an early pick and get Inspire's neural theft and figure out where to go from there. Either way, economy kind of rough.
There has been moments too from Blue Otter, for example, versus YFP, where Laura buys in, you know, Bob with a dimensional drift was really good to find early information on the extremities and really punish YFP on this map. But the difference is there was an Omen Paranoia to help out behind all of that and not just relying on your util and flashes to get the aggressive control. And that's what's lacking from Rankers as well. So as much as we're saying that YFP is lacking on flashes, there's the extra, you know, lack of a flash by playing the Clove instead of an Omen, where you can't really run it down as you're able to here on Sunset, because you have to walk down long corridors before it could actually clear an open site. You're running out in the open before you turn the next corner, and it really catches you off guard. And YP's was expecting something like that for this round, of some sort of a crunch behind a dimensional drift, and they held back towards the spawn rather at the very beginning.
And the smokes can only limit Rankers so much. They're not afraid to just solo step past that. I remember Poppin just in a classic kill at this point. So YFP,
take flight.
I'd be scared going for the control, which is kind of the unexpected swings just like that from Kane. Gets caught from Penny.
I know
Knights,
exactly where you are.
ready to stagger in. Neural Theft will reveal him. Knights has to execute quick, and Penny is on the prowl. So Rankers down 2 with an unfortunate buy that they were not able to. It's an uphill battle at this point. And YFP wrap around to B. Exit coming around with the Bucky. And then okay, gets one.
So Physic wants to let Poppin know apparently that he's a better Sova there by making sure that you know, Poppin stays on the ground. But that said, I mean, it was just a simple pick coming out from Penny that allowed the neural theft to come out. A little bit of over-aggression coming out from Rankers, but understandable. A lower buy that you had, it was a half buy to make sure that you have a pretty strong buy in this round number 11. But a very strong attack side for YFP to start. And Rankers looking to add a little bit of aggression on their side this time around. There's a lot of duelists and bodies down towards bottom mid at M3. But they choose otherwise. Thought they were going to try to push through, but just at the last second decide to group up here on the split towards the A site attempt from YFP.
Because Rankers have been funny and wine before, YFP are conditioned to, okay, we got to clear that. You just never know where Kane can be. So they sacrifice the recon for that. They'll leave a sonic sensor behind. And YFP hope to re-clear through mid or even keep it open, keep their eyes on it either way. And Penny spots one. And he's been having a much larger impact for YFP as the rounds go by. And we've talked about YFP being a kind of blossoming late, but
still creating enough space here for Kane to even move forward. Now they won't hear the rotate back, but the pings are still coming through, so they kind of really still funneled YFP into their crosshairs, walking back out.
Stay down.
Ooh. Now knowing that Kane could be on the flank, YFP don't want to waste any more time, any more map control to Rankers. Wait for the Clove smoke to dissipate, and then there's Rankers already shooting through it and getting pings, and the Hunter's Fury catches Penny at the leg, and YFP know they can't safely plant without rooting out the problem. Now 11 seconds, neural theft for the defense. Trying to give extra timing on the swings, but Stellar with a huge double kill gives YFP still a chance to salvage this round, and he's at 1 HP. How did he live?
Yeah, Exer did a great job again, just moving around the map with the Euro util, but then somehow just a little bit too antsy in the back of the site, over-peaked, and then forced his hand out to go for a Bucky shot and put Stellar down to 1 HP. Yes, it's 1 HP, but it's still Stellar and Physic playing together on a high-low here, looking towards the staircase.
One enemy remaining.
Spire gets away with one. And it's Stellar that lives
Last
with
round
1
before the switch.
HP. And we've highlighted how important Stellar has been to this team now more than ever as a deadlock to hold back this team. And he'll do so on the defense coming up. But Stellar's clutch factor and how he can turn around odds has been so incredible to see. YFP, though, barely have a lead at 3 rounds. But see how they can close out the half.
We also talked about the tenacity of YFP yesterday, and also the tenacity and experience of players like Jake, for example, where you're falling behind on the first map. It's a one-sided affair, but you're still able to fight back, and they do so in the second map quite well on their attack side. Although, unfortunately, they lose Penny quite early at the beginning of this round. Was trying to look for at least a duel on top middle. The Allen drone looking back, it's forced quite early in the back of spawn, which they won't be able to use for clearing into sight, and they don't even have a dart, so you do have to scale a little bit more slowly for YFP. And this is where it allows rankers to shine a little bit more, to be aggressive.
Knights knows something's up, able to play aggressive because of the ult, and now trying to leave and is unable to do so, or maybe didn't want to. Bit off more than he can chew when YFP have even things up 3-3. With injuries on both sides, Spike still heading towards A, and Thief having a heads-up play against people in glass. Now with YFP kind of surrounding the site, there's only one place this last member can be, and that's heaven. YFP haven't even gotten a plant. They delayed so much, and now Stellar at 16 HP doesn't have to sustain. It's a simple clutch for Agster.
And thankfully, Inspire was able to do enough damage before he fell down as well. A great stall coming in from Rankers in that last round. Again, just forcing out the early Silva utility so quickly, not allowing YFP to have enough information moving into the site. And Exeter is able to win that in the end on that 1 versus 2. A Zippo clutch now moving into the second half, where Rankers have now the tempo capabilities with this composition. And we're hoping to see here for Rankers, at least as Rankers fans, that they'll have a much better time here on the attack as they did the last time against YFP.
Very deja vu. Another 7-5 half. Woo. Let's get the aim all warmed up. Deadlock A, Cypher B. Jump spot. YFP don't usually go for those against a team like that. It's because Ranker's aims has been so good. You do not want to sacrifice yourself, but Jakey gets such good info and is going to play as back as he can. Signal to Stellar.
Over there.
To throw all the deadlock util down. Not necessarily pulling rotates. Penny's still washing over in glass and tree. It's Rankers that are going to pivot.
They're calling the cautious look here towards tree. Playing very passively for YFP. Penny's going to try to watch this from the window. It makes sense here. There's no paranoia or anything that's going to try to take him down towards the garden. He wants to use the elevation to his advantage.
Oh, Penny shots into 1, sees the complete cross, a deadlock net, catches the decoy, but still forces a staggered flood for Rankers. Who now have to go toe-to-toe against YFP's best, and just YFP are falling like pins. That's a full strike for Rankers. Thief in a 1v4. Now just figuring out who you want the plant orb to go to, and Thief could be spotted out. Looks like Inspire already knows where he's coming from.
Yeah, especially when you're running through the cages and making noise, you're just trying to bait it out. Nice little dink in the first place, but Inspire still picks up the kill where they wanted Knights to pick it up. Because, yeah, they went for the plant. They would have had 5 ult orbs going into the round. But overall, the grav net that actually not only got the decoy, but got a little bit more. And unfortunately, Jakey was trying to move out with the classic, trying to catch one, but there's just too many opponents on the other side that he can't really stay out of cover for such a long time. They had to try to fall back, couldn't get the kill, and then Rankers took the opportunity right after to catch YFP in the reload. Now winning the piss around and look at the buy. I mean, they are going with a huge buy here for Rankers.
Ooh, timing for Physic. Didn't pull the trigger yet on any shock bolts or recons. We'll hold that as Rankers already dash into A. Jakey just wanted to enter the smoke and gets sliced down, and Rankers win every duel to take full control of the A site. And have already put Kane, one of their best players, on the high ground and drops to Penny Sheriff. These weapons still out of reach for YFP.
Not ready
They get
yet.
shot from under hell and from so many angles, including from an Ares. So YFP have to be so careful, and that's just not fair.
Caution.
And now you can see them holding back towards the spawn too, because they're anticipating that Knights wants to go on a hunt, and they don't want to give him the ult orbs. The ping comes, or I was going to say the recon, I felt should have pinged Physic,
Gun
but
here.
maybe it went a little bit too high. But you definitely know here that they're going to try to take him down. Until they realize they want to keep the weapons. They spent way too much here in this round in terms of Guardians and Bulldogs. With YFP not pushing out, they're content here to survive with the weapons instead of focusing on the orbs on Knights.
Now we're tied 7-7 after the biggest lead we've had was a 2-round lead for YFP at the half. Now with a strong bonus, a lot of money being saved on Ranker's side, it's YFP that gotta really pray they can do good damage here. And they'll have an Odin buy. It's Physic on one. Kind of needs to work on the delay, right? Of can he really get a good catch if they do ever go to B? But so far, Rankers have been digging their success at A. Now there's still a deadlock that could stop them in their tracks, but Rankers then always pivot the tree, so they have options. Fire does here. Had to double check Penny there. Had a chance to do a little dance. Rankers still paving their way.
Don't know if it was a moment where Penny was like glancing at the minimap and got caught off guard. Now Stellar has a lot to play against. Just behind the dice, delays enough. Especially with the wall he just threw out. There's still a trip towards the switch. They could try to get a wall bang here from the back of dice.
Having Inspire in mid too. Rankers seeing what they can get. Drawing out YFP into a battle. YFP stick to their more traditional defensive style for the moment and force Rankers to make the decision. Activate their lurk that swings out and market. Takes control of B.
Got you.
Camera from Thief will spot it out. Big engagement for Thief.
30 seconds left.
My eyes are down.
He has a judge and he's just utilizing a classic to do damage and couldn't even escape. Rankers are so good at tracking people through the walls too. And now this is just an impossible pass for YFP.
Problem solved.
With just Stellar. But hey, he shows up but gets outnumbered in the end, and it's Rankers with a lead.
And that's such a tough task to be asking for a Thief, especially when you're able to force a rotate across the amount of util and just the continuous jump spots coming out here from Stellar saying, okay, there's still 2 or 3 guys over here. I'm going to need some help. So Thief rotates out, but when he loses that spot, he also loses the gap that he's able to close with the judge as he's playing. So it's understandable he's trying to fight with a classic to, I mean, he's good with pistol still, so you don't discredit him with that. It's still very difficult to play against Rankers here, so we talked about similar scenarios in the first time they met against each other, but this is the first time now that Rankers not only won pistol and anti-eco on their attack side, but they also converted their bonus. YFP back into an eco, trying to go wall bangs with the Sheriff to be lucky. But as the extra paranoia comes through, that they're using their Silva towards the B site, their info gathering is all towards the B site with him and Cypher. They're over-rotating and trying to stack here in the back of middle. It's a wrong read, unfortunately. As I say that, a nice shot from Jake.
I was worried about Jake playing solo there because Rankers have loved to flood into tree or even just cross from there into sight. And Jakey, what he can do by himself is incredible. Buying time for Rankers, or buying time for YFP, I should say, to reinforce the A site, to pull Penny from mid to help into glass. Now Rankers gotta get creative and even maybe wrap around behind the defenders. So keep an eye on what Inspire can do to cut off rotates while Rankers make their way into B with the spike, and sitting on the side is
30
Physic.
seconds left.
And for now, Inspire gets a 1-1 trade. It's a 3 versus 2 on the post plant with Jakey going for a teleport play just from main, and watching that flank is Knights. Has to download it, but doesn't have the shot, but has an ult and a second chance. And Penny had him. Yeah, second chance, and Jakey called off. Penny had a better sightline. Good teamwork from this duo. Jakey being weakened by 2 shock bolts. This is a horrible spot now.
Enemy remaining.
And now just this gun sticking out. Rankers playing against the wall, and Penny has to play with an outlaw. It's not gonna work. And Rankers continue on.
Maximum damage with the shock darts too, but you're going to take this for Rankers. This was an eco round that they had. Sorry, you're going to take this for YFP. That was an eco round that YFP had, rather. And they were able to get some great openings, some great starts on Rankers trying to scale up fairly slowly. As much as we talk about the information gathering here is a lot on Physic and Thief that were pinned towards the B site. You also don't have enough for Rankers either, as they're also playing just a Silva on their side as a single initiator. So you're trying to get these duels that you're comfortable with. Until I talk about information gathering, at least we have a dimensional drift here for the Yoru.
Just caged off from his team though. Have fun. His team not really antsy to break it down. It's just going to be a fake, and see how much time Exter can buy. Teleports out, rejoins the team, and YFP have been bamboozled. Penny has an off in mid, so maybe now he's smoked off from sight, and Stellar will catch the lurk, and Rankers make their way into the site, teleporting. YFP try to get sight lines and not cower, and YFP do such a good job of dwindling down Rankers' forces, but Exter at 6 HP has 2, now 3, 2 left, as he hopes to teleport out of this. It's actually a fake, and he can get the ace, but Penny denies with the shorty.
Thankfully, Penny's there with the shorty to be able to get that pick. I thought it was GG from the very beginning here, where Rankers are just trying to run into the site, and there was just so much util from YFP to really block all the vision coming out from Rankers to try to take inside that site. A beautiful set trip being set at the very beginning here from Thief. But with that, the double cages, putting Jake in a great spot to get openers, and now giving so many 1v1s onto Exter. And this is where it's like a wake-up call for YFP to say, oh, wait, in these moments, they could still turn it around if we could continue to not play as coordinated as we want to be. Now trying to leverage. Oh, what the hell?
He just gets to jump out and get a kill like that. Like, what the hell is Rankers sometimes, you know? Like, they get away.
Sometimes like that, dude.
I mean, that's true. He also shouldn't be getting an accurate shot like that. But YFP have been brought down to just 3. Still an off.
No
and
way,
a double
dude.
kill from Kane as they line up. It's duck hunt for a guy like Kane, who impressed us already in the other tournament we passed.
One down.
Penny will hope to keep the op. He's got 2 kills this round. He has knives for the next. But any weapon you could take away would have been great. Rankers a few more rounds from being our champions.
That was just so sick from Kane at a double shot. A cloud burst too, because he knew that there was players coming in from spawn. The smoke was going to dissipate towards spawn as well for him. And then he still gets netted. He was so focused on just trying to take down Penny first, who was trying to get an op shot into market. And then as it gets netted, looks back and then just lines up too. That was so nice. That was super clean. Without talking about the extra jump peak at the very beginning too, to allow all of this to happen. I must wait a moment. And that's just one of those rounds where for YFP you're just unlucky, and you're just gonna have to reset going into round 20 because your buy is abysmal going into this one here. But you talked about the Bladestorm available for Penny, and also the Annihilation that could maybe be the saving grace for YFP if they could get lucky with the buy that they have.
Or if Thief can activate the roll lift, if he gets a good jump here, brings Inspire to 29, but the Vandal rings true. And Inspire barely lives on. Penny be able to drop a weapon for his team. As Rankers unite at the B site. Poppin
out of charges.
Keeps eyes on mid. And Rankers get every win in these isolated scenarios. On the flank, there's more for Poppin to deal with. And Stellar, really good shots. Be able to get an upgrade from that Ghost. And Annihilation if he thinks someone is close and ready to challenge him, but it's YFP not wasting any time. Annihilation doesn't grab anyone. And now it's a 1v2 for Jakey. If anyone can do it, it's him. But now he's stomping around, doesn't really have time. And it's Rankers that still win the duel.
And it was close because there was some miscoms going there from King Zero and Exter, and JK almost lined them both up. But I love the scaling, at least from, despite them losing around here for YFP, the scaling that Stellar kind of did towards the spawn in the back B. Instead of trying to play close, you already saw here that Poppin was basically ADSing or placing his crosshair to go for an instant headshot or from neck to high if anyone was going to turn around the corner. And you stay a little bit further back here from Stellar to try to break that crosshair placement, and you're able to win that on a Ghost. Also, catching Poppin off guard, it was still trying to set up on the top of the boxes. So you'll take that at least. Lure buy that you have for YFP again that does some decent amount of damage. But as you mentioned, Penny having Blade Storms on the previous round, Kane Zero also has his own this round, which then means they could be a little bit more careful, or not as careful with this buy, rather, for the next 2 rounds here for Rankers, as they're about to close this series here, only needing 2 more to be crowned the winners of Challengers in Stage 3 here, presented by Knights.
Yeah, if you just look at the kills, like pound for pound, this is still very close. 11-8 though. Rankers have made serious improvements to their offense compared to the last time they went to Ascent, and hope to get their revenge against YFP on this map that they lost previously. And to make this a clean grand final would be a statement to make to all the organized scrimming teams in the Challengers scene.
Yeah.
Now Dimensional Drift. Rankers lose 1 already off the rip, but good information from Egster, and now with the Hunter Fury, he's pinging things out for Poppin. Goes 1 for 1. He's down to 30 HP though. Because of the smoke, Rankers have their tracks covered. YP will still play as hidden as possible, hoping to get just timing on the swings as Rankers make their way in. What? And Exter still snuffs out Penny when Penny was holding the angle. Just these swings. You would think someone holding the angle would have the advantage.
One enemy remaining.
Stellar's trying to find equal trades. Jakey as well. Knights will punish. 1v2.
Ult.
Spike planted. And an ult. Yeah, good shout. Trying to stagger out Physic and Stellar. They work together. Oh, already spotted the Sova. Wanted to see where the second player was, and it's YFP that crawled their way closer in this match.
And you saw here from Knights on that 1v2 why he swung out here at the last second. His smoke was about to bloom in a couple of seconds too, so he just wanted to see if he could try to win a 1v1 against Physic. And with him losing that one and having the ult, you can't really pop it anymore, because by the time you pop it, well, it's easy for you to drop down and just get caught here while you're coming out from your not done yet. So nice attempt, but great patience once again for YFP. And also the activation from Penny at the very beginning of the round to get one through the smoke, through the cyber cages actually, that was thrown by Inspire at the very beginning. Keeps the dream alive now for YFP. To narrow that gap down by 2.
Get out of my way.
We talked about the economy still pretty good here for Rankers.
Again, swinging in off of a flash. They thought they had YFP where it hurts.
Take flight.
And every advantage YFP need, they need to get. It's still possible for YFP to come back. We've talked about their resilience in these deficits in terms of score. Now there's Deadlock util and Cypher util all over this A site. This is just going to be an obstacle course for Rankers. I mean, if they can even get there, this Odin is a menace for Physic. And the spike's in mid.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Once they realized they didn't have cat control, Poppin just ran down to pick up the weapon here. So they could try to at least fight back against Jakey, who then just jumps out with the judge. Remember Extra before, you gave him a lot of 1v1s, he could take it, and YFP is ready for that this time around. Look at everybody just jiggle peeking on the top and just watching that spike.
30
They
seconds
stopped the
left.
surprise attempt here coming out from Rankers with the push out towards B main. Nice little escape that came through from YFP in the very beginning. And then into the mid round. Again, very difficult to do here if you can't really go for a pop flash peek when they're already using it for the B main. They catch 2 players off guard here up towards tree.
10 seconds left.
There's an Odin staring this door down. And Hexter gets the jump, but YFP 1 round closer to tying things up. And they'll carry these 2 rifles and an Odin over, which economy comes into play in these dire situations, and YFP keep themselves above water. But for how long can they keep this up? How long can they keep Rankers at bay? It took a very reinforced A of both Sentinels playing at that point, and a very good Odin from Physics to limit Rankers, but see how this goes.
Okay, Poppin buys the hero rifle for Knights to try to activate and leverage here. The not done yet, while the rest are going for a half buy, so everybody as a whole could still have a healthy buy in the next round. Selfless plays coming out from Poppin, grabbing orb control too, trying to build up some ults in the next round. Here's the push.
Ooh, a judge that close and getting an upgrade.
Camera taken out.
But you still have Penny
Destroyed.
being an issue, and YFP taking control of tree. There's angles surrounding the site, and Rankers are running out of space to work with. Gotta get this plant down as soon as possible, and this Odin is not able to prevent it. It reveals Physics' position. And Kane, hook, line, and sinker. We're worried about who could counter tree, and Thief, a big headshot on the Knights, gets the second player. Clove's ult to scout out before getting back into hell, where Stellar trying to pressure it back.
Enemy
Penny.
remaining.
There's one less player for Rankers to deal with. It's Poppin in a 1 versus 2.
Wow.
And the Odin just covers all their bases, and YFP will tie.
And Stellar at 2 HP, so he survives around at 1 HP, now survives around at 2 HP, and that could have been almost a round to guarantee it for Rankers.
There's no need for
where
the
just
enemy
2
to
slight
suffer.
mistakes came out there.
Kill
The first
them
one
fast.
being the smokes trying to be dropped by Knights, caught out in the open. And then secondly, when he comes out of the ult, well, the other ones just stay behind. Poppin only has a stinger because he purchased that Vandal for Knights in the first place. And they just couldn't help each other out to make sure that they could keep and run the clock down and play the clock in their favor. After realizing that they lost Knights in the first place, and losing him as the main factor to watch the door is just so hard for you to play inside the site after. YFP stay back in the game. Full gun run though for Rankers. 2 ults available too. Mid control seems to be the play. And already an early wall coming out from
Right
YFP.
here. Drop in a smoke.
Spike left behind, and mid scramble.
I love it.
I could really define this round, and it's Knights and Rankers that love to take control of tree, and this time disposing of a Sentinel's 1 less worry.
Knights actually pinged out that wall so his teammates could shoot it, so he could find the timing as soon as he breaks to be out in the open when somebody's going to try to jiggle peek. Instantly punishes Stellar. And now it's a great opportunity, a huge opening for Rankers to go for a split. Although looking to group back as a team because they do still have the dimensional drift here from Exter to clear out all that info for the team on the actual site hit.
Who's next?
There's a smoke from YFP to try and limit things, but the dash is in, and Jakey's in a 1 and done spot, and he catches Kane on top of Jenny. And that is a great player to dispose of if you're YFP. Now in the post play, you'll get a heads up on Heaven, but the door has been broken. YFP getting ahead of the game. And Penny is creating threats on multiple fronts as Rankers tries to deal with this from front to back. It's a 2v2. Rankers having eyes on Heaven.
Enemy remaining.
And as they turn towards tree, that's when Penny continues to march on. and now unites with Physic. They know where this last player is, but Inspire locks down the simple clutch for Rankers.
Inspire winning that 1v2, where again it's just YFP just brute forcing their way through to battle back against Rankers and to try to be there for immediate trades. And how aggressive that was coming in to start things off for YFP. As soon as the plant went down, Penny already broke the door, goes straight head-to-head against Knights, wins that one, and then everybody starts flooding on the other side. And it just comes down to Inspire right in that corner to just isolate both players, knowing the drop on the first one from the Soba, from Physic, right at the Jenny, and then just has both of them run into his crosshair and clutches. And puts Rankers now at series point where they call their own timeout because they want to finish it right here.
And just how can you be more aware of YFP's immediate approach? Because Rankers are used to kind of having time to set up on the post plant, to have people in hell, close the door in tree, and just kind of await for YFP. But YFP are being a lot more proactive. Penny is just everywhere all at once. If they can shut down Penny, this will be Rankers being your Challenger Split 3 champions. And it all leans on this round.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
2 judge buys.
Thankfully, at least a Blade Storm behind the judge here from Penny. But yeah, you're scraping at the bottom of the barrel to try to bring this into the OT. And look at that, despite the round win, you have half shields for Rankers for 2 of the players. But you're trying to get value here off potentially a drone Hunter's Fury, and just the drone baits out the deadlock wall in the very beginning. So they'll know that at least that one of the Sentinels, which Sentinels players is playing towards this B site. And it seems that being that deadlock, Rankers still want to try to push the envelope into a B site hit.
Ooh, Penny's toast. And that leaves mid control for Rankers if they wanted to wrap around B. So much deadlock util awaits Rankers on this B main entry. And there's an Odin from Physic to push them back. He's already been putting shots through the wall. Too much damage has been done, and the whole reason you buy the judge. A site, you can play around the A site so well, and even with the barrel, it's not too shabby. YFP throw the numbers back in their favor.
No
Rankers try to waste no time. Paranoia from mid, from Jakey. Hasn't caught much. Trying to smoke out one of the doorways so Stellar could have the edge, and he doesn't get the annihilation out. It's 2v1. Jakey to save YFP. Lives all on this. Hunter's Fury to strike down the final one. Rankers are your Challengers Split 3 champions.
Insane, because that looked really like a ranked game overall towards Ascent. It was brawly, it was brutal on both sides, but Rankers defy the odds. Coming in as a team that, quote-unquote, never practices from the rank gods themselves in the top 10 Radiant players, and still are able to beat the organized teams and also the chunk of money for stage 3.
What a run from Rankers. And you gotta applaud YFP for almost sending us into another extended OT. Sierra, I thought it was going to be time to go get popcorn for a map 3, but the past does not repeat itself. Well, at least Rankers winning is the past repeating itself.
Yeah.
I told you to get popcorn between games 1 and game 2. That's all I'm saying.
That's so true.
But, wow. From going into Challengers, going into this tournament, Rankers being a team that, you know, their fans believed in them the whole way, but maybe not on our end, or maybe not on everyone's end, there was this belief. And it went from a team of, who are they, to, wow, this is going to be the team that wins, into being the champions, which, Vance, I think is crazy. A real testament to the skill from this team, because it's only upscaled throughout.
Yeah, and for sure, and a lot of the fans too, and a lot of people asking questions like, wait, who are these guys? How old are they? Are they actually like ranked demons? Or do they actually have cracked, are they cracked aimers just like the Redux back in the day, or the Oxy, LFT Oxy at 14 years old just being cracked out and has the opportunity to play for Cloud9 now? Are these guys the next generations of VCT players? And I think that answers for itself. Now just trying to see if they could elaborate their map pool a little bit more, and they shall be a complete player for a certain team scouting for these opportunities.
Yeah, I wanted to call them exactly that, the next generation of talent, and hope that they are ones to also inspire others to be like, if they could do it, I could do it, and not like a shady way, in a way of like, you don't need a laundry list of a resume or to play with the top players with the most experience. You just sometimes need to frag out, and Rankers did a lot of that, but we're also coordinated in their ways and showed us a different look at the meta, using the Yoru and the ISO at times, and to play in unconventional ways that I hope sparks evolution in the meta and how you approach Valorant.
And a testament too to like the hard work pays off. And of course, looking at the other teams, there has been that hard work being put in. I mean, YFP going from this team that we saw in Challenger Stage 1-2 to where they are now, like these players have also been putting in the work, but showing that these different paths can also lead to a fantastic result. I'm sad that we didn't get to see a map 3 considering YFP's changes to their composition, but honestly, Rankers, with how they've played throughout this tournament, Vans, like this was a very deserved win, and their own little adjustments they had on their attacking end. For a team that says like they don't scrim and stuff, like I liked the coordination. I liked what seemed to be planning, like it looked clean.
Yeah, and if it's not preparation, then at least it's the head on their shoulders to think on the fly throughout this whole series and throughout the whole brackets. And for two of these players being, Kane Zera and Knights, it's within 2 weeks winning 2 events and quote unquote one of them being quote unquote Mickey Mouse. But it's still good, right? They put some practice in. They still show that whatever they're practicing in the rank still works out in competitive play. And again, I'm still very, very intrigued and want to know what kind of doors open up here after this for this team.
Yeah, because the future is bright for Challengers in terms of how much talent we were able to put a spotlight on, and really how it's such a toss-up of who could be the next star when it comes to this tier 2, this Challenger scene, because we didn't see TSM, we didn't see MXS, our predictions, our expectations were squashed, and we get kind of this new blood, these new members to step into this light and to show us a new look and a new meta. It's gonna be really exciting to see what Rankers do in the future, if they stick as a team, what will happen to YFP, if there's any surprise signings in the future, but this was a great final.
I mean, from having talked to them, I don't know if staying together is necessarily the thing, because I think the players are getting looked at, and I really do hope the best for all of them going on forward, because the talent here, immeasurable. As for us, it's going to be a quick break. On the other side, an interview with Inspire about the victory. A 2-0 victory for Rankers, your Stage 3 champions. And on the line to chat a little bit more, we have none other than Inspire. Have to say, huge congratulations, not just for this win, but for the entire run. I mean, Rankers was a team that going into this, there was just kind of some chatter of who is this team, and all of a sudden the expectations turn that you guys are going to win, and you did it. How are you feeling?
No, I feel on top of the world. I think for me personally, I really needed this win. But I think from the start of the season, like I honestly had zero expectations with this team. I kind of had nothing else going on team-wise besides like some tryouts that weren't for sure. So Poppin hit me up, said they needed Ascent. I was like, who you got? And he just named all the rank 1 players, and I was like, oh, I'm down to have some fun.
I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about the first. You're saying you needed this, but then also saying that you had no real expectations when you heard about this team too. So talk to me a little bit more about both of that.
Yeah, so I think as the community knows, I was on 100 Thieves. It was a tough break. And since then, just kind of been grinding ranked, growing my brand. And so shout out to the fans supporting me along the way. But as some of the trials like fell through, I was like, man, it's been 2 years since I've played. I probably should get in the server at some point, right? And so I'm starting to like DM like challenger teams and players, and they're all like, we kind of have like our priority picks. And I was like, I'm overlooked this much? Well, I know who's good. And so Poppin told me about guys on our team, and I was like, I believe in these guys. I don't care how young they are. I've played against them. I know they got what it takes. And I'm going to be there as like the mentor, make sure to keep their vibes high because they are younger, and bring that experience. And they fucking, oh, sorry, my bad. They shined. Excuse my language. They did really good, is what I meant to say.
I think it's appropriate language for how they did throughout this tournament, because they really did. And you talking about being like a mentor to them. Talk to me about these other players on the team, because like they're so young, and like I feel like the careers that they have ahead of them is just endless with how they perform through this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think they're old enough to play in franchising yet. But I already see like potential. Like I know Knights probably thought he was like a duelist player, and probably still thinks that after playing Clo the entire time. But I see the aim reminds me like kind of like Demon 1 on the Brimstone when EG went on that run. I think that guy has a really bright future ahead of himself on the duelist smokes role, wherever he wants to pick, and it has plenty of time to develop in the challenger scene. And Kane is unreal. Like as long as you don't micro him and make him feel comfortable, he'll open up the map, and I just let him play. I just sit on my camera, let those two play.
Let the Zoomers go to work and just take over this server.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about this grand finals, because going up against YFP, we got to see a run back of the same maps, and then going into that second map of Ascent, it was actually one when you played against them last time you lost, but then we got to see a very different attacking half. So I want to know how the team approached that, and for a team that more so talks about not doing scrims and stuff, I want to know if there was a game plan heading into this rematch.
So I actually have played these guys in scrims, and back when I subbed in for TSM in the Red Bull tournament. I understand at a high level like what they're thinking, and usually like from the start of the qualifier I really wasn't speaking up. I was letting like Poppin and some of the other guys like call, but whenever we get against those good teams, I have the reads, and there's no reason I don't speak up with my experience. And that came through like the first time I played on Haven. I knew the way they played Breach, like A main stun from Link. It's masking the Cypher setup. We're leaving Sova solo. Diagonally, it's the Neon is fighting. They have no stun. Let's just hit C. So coming into Ascent, at the end of the last Ascent we played them, I had that read that the market is open. They're denying my cat lurk or B main lurk. Let me just get some time to work through mid, and you guys can hit A based off like what I see, or get the kills, right? And this time around, we really like made sure we gave me time to do that, and it opened up the map like plenty more the rounds we needed. And it was a close game. So each round that I got those kills in market, it was massive. It just made those executes even stronger for the little kids.
Oh my goodness. But it really could not have been closer without an OT. So honestly, like fantastic speaking up to make that difference. And last thing I want to talk about, you're talking about the support for you, and there has been so much support for Rankers, everyone across the team, and I want to talk about how that's been.
Oh, it's amazing seeing the numbers that we're pulling, even on the second broadcast. I think we pulled like ridiculous numbers thanks to like, you know, Eggster, Poppin, me streaming. Like, we give the people content outside of just matches, and I think that's really important for all players to give the fans something they want in between these matches, especially the off season. And throughout the time, like, they're seeing Knights, Kane pop off. Now they're coming to see what this is all about. Like, Knights 75% headshot percentage, Kane just like crazy first bloods. So I'm really happy that like we have the audience to shine light on the kids like that didn't have that maybe before, because opportunities will open up for the future for them, and they definitely deserve it.
Well, definitely a lot more people know all of your guys' names more, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds for not just them, but for you as well. Congratulations again on this victory. I'll let you go chat with the team, celebrate, cue some more rank, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you so much, guys.
Back to ranked. Thank you, thank you. Back to ranked for them. I know what I need to do after this. First, we'll bring back our analysts, but I need to cue some ranked after this. I'm truly inspired after that. Also, man, to get the little download, the reads on YFP, but it was cool to hear not just the story, but more depth to this team too, because obviously we've talked so much about the talent, but a lot of it has been like, yeah, like things are running down. They're just crazy aimers, all of this, but then hearing kind of that extra little insight from Inspire, I thought was really cool, especially for how they were able to close out that second map.
I think it was a wonderful interview from both you and the answers that were given by Inspire. I think there's some great questions that we could also look back onto, because as Inspire mentioned, you know, once he got dropped by that him and Eccles stint here that was very short with 100 Thieves, there was no more opportunities for him. And I think to see him win this event and to still be very humble and being like, hey, like, it's not that I still have what it takes, F you to everybody else. He was just like, hey, I still have some potential. I still have some fighting game in me. Give me that chance. And on top of that, has tremendous leadership in how he was presenting himself in terms of the answers as well. I think it's a key component to have, especially in a meta, even with the Cypher nerfs, that could still add a lot into Cypher utility and its value, in the future days. And I just think that Inspire was really, really good in terms of delivering the victory. And also when he was saying that his kids could just move around and frag, he'll just stay in his cam. When it comes down to clutching, he could clutch too, though.
Yeah, it's also great how much they rallied their communities and to provide content outside of this series. Really big shout out to Rankers, and they are your Challengers champions for the end of 2024. So I hope this inspires also everyone watching that you can get started, you can be part of these qualifiers, and you can make it all the way like Rankers did and upset some of the biggest teams like YFP, TSM, MXS, you name it. Rankers beat all of them. So big congratulations once again, and I guess watch out for their streams, because it looks like they're going to be little content creators in the off season.
Watch out for the streams, but also just out in the server, if you're trying to do a road to ranked or something, just hope that you're not going up against them. And also just for like the horizon in the future next year for Challengers Tier 2, everything bans, because I feel like we're gonna see these names a lot more often coming up.
That's a thing as well, and I'm hoping that a lot of organizations are still watching this and seeing how close it could be in terms of the tier 2 scene, so that a lot of it, still some investments will come out into 2025 for some new orbs to jump in with the ones that jump ship, right? So I think it would be great opportunities for a lot of these players, a lot of these young talent, and I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that we continue to support it.
It's definitely been a fun tournament. I'm so sad it's all done now, but before we wrap, casters, Jen, fans, final words.
Well, I wanted to at least give a big shout out to Knights, who I think sparked a lot of careers for casters that have supported Challengers for so long. That gave a chance to me, Keg, Vans, you, like everyone who is a caster, I feel like has gone through the Knights gauntlet, not like the actual one, but through this. And they put so much care and love and passion and thought into everything. And I just thought Knights really killed it, and I'm really sad this is their last show, but so I hope you guys can show big love to the Knights in chat.
Yeah, echoing that sentiment as well. I think it wasn't for Miss Harvey and also the Knights when Valorant first came out in 2020 to get these opportunities to grind 18-hour days for their events. I wouldn't be here where I am right now, be able to cast this, be able to cast VCTs. I heard some people in chat saying, hey, how do we meet Vancilli? I hope he's not casting VCTs. Joke's on you. Thank you, Knights, for giving me the opportunity to do that. So again, I still echo the same sentiments as I did last week for those their event. I hope for the best for everybody involved within Knights overall, because they're a great bunch of people to work with behind the scenes. Admins, working production, observers, and I hope that they still continue to have some opportunities as soon as possible going into the early days of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at my own career, my very first Valorant cast was with Knights, the first one to take a chance. So it is definitely bittersweet at this point, but thank you, Knights, so much for everything, for bringing these shows to life. And of course, we have to be thanking everyone behind the scenes as well, including from today's show, Brandon, Razor, Hi Serene, Prezi, Daysdreams, Keith, Garrett, everyone else who's ever been involved in this road. Thank you so much for everything. Last but not least, thank you everyone for tuning in. Take care of yourselves.
The game starts long before the game starts.
And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.